Good evening, everybody. A little louder. Thank you all for coming. Welcome to our regular Town Commission meeting of September 14th. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Burkett,
Here?
Vice Mayor Paul,
Here.
Commissioner Salazar, absent. Commissioner Kessel, it's absent. Commissioner Velasquez,
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We've got a lot of people here tonight, a lot of residents here on a certain issue that's not even on the agenda. But I'm going to take that first so that we can hear from you all, and hopefully we can respond to you so you can not have to sit here through the entire meeting. We've also got Mr. Kilsheimer here. He's going to come up in our consent agenda, which should go very quickly, so you won't have to wait too long for that. But I think that will be interesting for everybody here regarding the Champlain Towers, to just hear what's going on with respect to the findings and our efforts to figure out why the building fell down. And then we will, of course, carry on with our regular business. But again, I don't want to detain people any longer than I have to. I appreciate everybody coming tonight, and I appreciate your wanting to make your voices heard. So with that, I'll ask any of the other commissioners, Vice Mayor, if you have any comments, additions, deletions.
Yes, you mean for the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I would like to move up BB and CC in the beginnings of the nines when we begin discussion items. I'd like CC to go first and then BB.
Is that a motion, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Hang on a second.
I second that motion. So we're gonna do CC first, right, Tina?
Yes, because that one should be quick.
And then BB right after, okay. And that's gonna be moved to before A, correct?
Correct, thank you.
Show me.
BB is the last one, this one, these two. BB is the zoning, BB is the memorial, and CC is the zoning.
So we'll do it BB and then
No,
CC?
No,
CC first
CC and then BB.
CC and then BB. Anybody else? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please call the question, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul,
Yes.
Mayor Burkett.
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anything else?
Yes, actually, I would like to ask for a brief moment of silence for one of our longtime residents, Stanley Flax. He passed away on Saturday. Stan used to do the movies at the community center in the afternoons. And he's also one of our veterans who always attended our Veterans Day ceremony and Memorial Day ceremonies. So if we could just have a moment of silence for Mr. Flax. Thank you, and also send out condolences to his wife Jessie and their family.
Thank you.
Now, I'd also like to move the item B on 5B after we talk, let everyone discuss their items here, to move it before the consent agenda. That's the park design.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on that motion?
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul,
Yes.
So it's gonna go before item 3, correct? Okay, perfect.
Mayor Burkett,
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Okay. So we'll put parks there. Okay, very good. Thank you. Anything else? All right. Okay. I know we have, let's see if we can get a motion to pass the consent agenda, right? That'll be first, or will we,
Oh, okay, so then we would.
The presentation could go first.
okay. Let's have the presentation. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a presentation by Savino Miller.
No.
No.
Oh.
I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Mayor, would like to introduce our Florida Association of City Clerks South District Director, Elizabeth Garcia Beckford. She's here to present our Deputy Clerk, Evelyn Harbello, with her certified municipal clerk designation that she obtained after much work.
Fantastic.
Good evening. Excuse me. Testing. Good evening. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Town Commission, Town Manager, Town Attorney, Clerk McCready. My name is Elizabeth Garcia Beckford. I am the City Clerk for the City of North Lauderdale, and I am also currently serving as the South District Director for the Florida Association of City Clerks. The City of North Lauderdale City Commission requested that I send to you their best regards. I'm joined here this evening by the following city clerks: City of Doral City Clerk Connie Diaz, City of Doral Deputy City Clerk Jenny Garcia, City of Hollandale Beach City Clerk Jen Guillen, City of North Miami City Clerk Vanessa Joseph, City Clerk of West Miami Anari Gonzalez, and the City of Southwest Ranches City Clerk Russell Muñez sends his sincerest congratulations to Evelyn. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be here tonight to recognize Deputy Town Clerk Evelyn Urbello for obtaining the Certified Municipal Clerk designation. Evelyn has been employed by the town of Surfside since September 4th, 2019, when she was hired as a Deputy Town Clerk. She became a member of the Florida Association of City Clerks on June 20th, 2018, having earned her Certified Municipal Clerk designation as of June 28th, 2021. Evelyn has an extensive professional background in city government. Previous to the town of Surfside, Evelyn was employed as Deputy City Clerk for the City of Hollandale Beach for 2 years, and prior to that, she worked for the City of Miami for 25 years until she retired in 2010. In that span of time, she's had several government positions. She started in the City of Miami as a litigation assistant, paralegal, and she also she was part of the Hurricane Andrew situation, the task force there that handled all recovery measures with FEMA. She also worked in risk management, group benefits, and she also worked in the Community Redevelopment Agency and Fire Department. She worked for 4 years for North Bay Village and with the Deputy Fire Fire Chief, and for the City of Miami as Executive Assistant and Emergency Manager. So she is a great asset to the town of Surfside and the City Clerk's office. And she also is the proud mother of 2 beautiful daughters, ages 29 and 26, as well as her adorable golden doodle, Harley. Currently, the Florida Association of City Clerks has approximately 537 members. Of our 537 members, there are only 193 members who have reached the Certified Municipal Clerk designation. To achieve the Certified Municipal Clerk designation is a great accomplishment and is a testament to your Deputy Town Clerk's diligence and commitment to her profession. The Certified Municipal Clerk program is designed to enhance the job performance and recognizes the professionalism of the clerk's office and municipalities of all sizes. To earn the Certified Municipal Clerk designation, a clerk must attend extensive educational programs, including a minimum of 120 instructor contact hours, and participate in in-depth courses. It requires active participation and experience in a municipality. The program prepares the applicant to meet the challenges of the complex role of the municipal clerk. Additionally, Evelyn is a dedicated member of her local Miami-Dade County Clerk Association and serves on the board as the treasurer. Evelyn also serves on the nomination committee for the Florida Association of City Clerks. Evelyn is an esteemed colleague, and it is my honor on behalf of the Florida Association of City Clerks and the South District to ask you to join me in congratulating Evelyn on her achievement as one of our newest certified municipal clerks. We are all very proud of you, Evelyn. This is your moment to shine. Congratulations. This orchid, which has been our tradition from our former South District Director, Ms. Clerk McCready. Whenever we have someone achieve their CMC designation, they'll give you this card.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to be here to congratulate you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I want to thank everybody and our commission, our manager, my wonderful attorneys, and Sandra, who not only is my mentor, but my best friend. I want to thank my daughter that's here, all the clerks that came to share this with me. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate all your help with the amount of times that I call you guys. Thank you, guys.
I'd just like to add, I probably should have said this before I came down, that Evelyn is one of our happiest, most dedicated
Thank you.
employees. She's always smiling. She's always open to doing whatever needs to be done. We love you, Evelyn, even though sometimes I call you Beverly. We love you.
We love you too.
But anyway, you're doing a great job. Congratulations on your achievement.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Mayor, I would like to say something, if I may. What can I say about Municipal Clerk Evelyn? Well, first and foremost, I want to say thank you. Thank you for always being a team player, for assisting with every little or big task assigned to us. Thank you for getting on the floor in the storage room and crawling into the most unimaginable small spaces. That's because she's tiny, to find records and important documents to provide them to the public. Thank you for working diligently and continuously with me side by side, insanely numbers of hours during our most recent catastrophe. But most importantly, thank you for doing it with a smile on your face. I truly believe that you, Priscilla, and I form an amazing team together, and for that, I am thankful. Municipal Clerk Evelyn, I am very proud of you and of your and of the accomplishments you have achieved in this short period of time. I hope you continue your journey and I support you in obtaining your Master Municipal Clerk. I have no doubt you'll do it quick and fast. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You do it.
Okay.
On 3. 1, 2, and 3. More. Big smiles. Great. Thank you.
Mayor, can we have the clerks come and have a picture? Yeah.
It is.
Okay, so you want the clerks
You can stand here too, or you guys can stand in the back if you want to.
stand in the back. I want to play on this team.
Okay. 3. More. Big smiles. Great.
Thank you guys. And I'll have her daughter in her. Since she's here. Here's revenge.
Just don't say anything. I'll try my best.
I'm always trying to help, you know. Make suggestions.
Good job, ladies. Thank you. Good job, Sandra. Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion to move the consent agenda?
We wanted to do the 5B first?
Oh, is that the? Okay.
I would motion to move the consent agenda.
Consent, and then we do the 5B?
Well, wait a minute. Wait. We're getting upset. We have these people wait. How quickly is the park going to go? Is that a presentation? That's a presentation.
Yes.
How much time is that? No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do. We're not going to make people wait a half hour for that. So if we want to move the consent agenda quickly, and Mr. Manager, you're gonna.
We're gonna put the park.
We'll put the park right after we get finished with all these people that came here to speak.
I motion to approve.
Okay.
Yeah.
The consent agenda is approved?
Mayor, I
yeah.
just want to make sure that we're approving also the June 20, 25th minutes that I provided to everyone yesterday.
Yesterday, well, I haven't seen them, if they're,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I read that, but,
I think we need to let that go to the next meeting, because I haven't had a chance to look at it.
Okay.
so motion to approve the consent agenda minus,
The manager's report.
oh,
Mr. Manager, did you want that report, you
Oh,
want
I
to make
see.
your report prior to the consent or following it?
We can do it right after.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second that, but, I'd like the part to be heard after we hear the residents.
Yeah, well, listen, I don't have a problem with that, as long as we aren't making people wait.
Okay.
I did have another brief announcement to make.
Okay?
My apologies for forgetting it earlier. I just wanted to mention, in August, the Florida League of Cities had their annual meeting, and they made a very generous donation to the Support Surfside Fund. They donate, all of the municipalities together donated $25,000 to support Surfside Fund. So I'd like to just thank the Florida League of Cities and all the municipalities involved, and make that announcement.
That was very nice. That was
Thank
really
you.
very nice of them. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to move the consent agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
No.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Salazar,
This is to move.
Yes, consent agenda, I reviewed it with the town manager and I approve it.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul,
Yes.
Mayor Burkett.
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Manager, your report?
Thank you, Mayor. Really, the only thing I have on the report, Mr. Alan Kilsheimer is here to give us an update on his visit to the site on Friday.
Okay.
Alan?
Welcome, Mr. Kilsheimer. Thank you for traveling all this way to speak to us. We very much appreciate everything you've been doing for us.
I think I'm talking to these folks as well as you, right? So we'll give it a shot.
Just, you got to get close to the mic.
Okay. I came down Friday. The receiver arranged to let those who were interested, from an expert standpoint, to view the condition of the wall. It was supposed to be just the west wall along Collins Avenue before they started the bracing, which I think was supposed to start today. And I wasn't expecting it to go very well, but it was incredible. The police, the Miami-Dade County Police, were incredible. The receiver was incredible. We were allowed to walk the entirety of the site down in the excavation, see all kinds of things, took probably 300, 400 pictures, and learned a lot of things that we didn't know before. I believe that the ice was broken on Friday to allow us to continue with this process. The bracing is supposed to be done within a week to two. We believe that the county is going to turn the site over to the receiver in the last week of September or the first week of October. And we believe, based on my conversations with him, that we will begin to be able to do the on-site phase one, which is a physical measuring and not sampling of anything, but he's working on protocols for the other three items, and we think they'll go one right after another. So my hope is, if it does, unless somebody throws a ball into the wax, that we should have the majority of the testing and sampling that we want done sometime Thanksgiving time to Christmas time. Our modeling, our engineering modeling, which is not these video models that you're seeing in newspapers and stuff. It's an actual engineering model. We will have that done in about a week and a half, which then allows us to input all the testing and inspection information that we get to help us get to the bottom line of why this occurred. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
So when do you think you would have some answers for us and for all the oceanfront residents about what caused this collapse and what steps need to be taken to make sure that doesn't happen again?
I unfortunately still don't have an answer to that because I haven't been able to do any of the testing and inspection. Once we have the testing and inspection done, then I'll be able to give you the answer to that. This is obviously, as you understand, is a very complex situation. You know, we're looking at probably 150 different or more different possibilities of things acting independently and together. And so what we want to do is get to a point where everything we're doing is based on fact, not people guessing at things, which is what you're seeing in the newspapers and all over the place. My thought is that by around Thanksgiving, I'll be able to give you an idea of when we'll have our final report.
Well, like NIST was saying, it's going to take years, for example. If you, worse, you know, what's sort of the fastest or the longest this would take for you to get at some answers?
Well, I'm going to be guessing to give you that answer, but certainly it's less than a year from now. You know, we've done probably 50 or 100 of these things, not all as bad as this. It's never taken us longer than a year or so to do what we had to do. It's one like in New Orleans, the collapse of that hotel down there. We've been delayed for 2 years because of the politics that they had there, but that's being released in about a week. So that one is taking a long time because we again couldn't do what we're doing. This is moving faster than that was. That took 2 years to allow us to start looking at materials.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Anybody else on the dais?
Well, I have a question. So basically, as soon as you're able to go on the site and do the testing, you still estimate a minimum of a year from that point on?
No, but there are three different things that we have to do. It's not just on the site to do the testing. We do the sampling on the site, then we have to test those materials. Then we have to go do the sampling at what we call the large piece storage facility, and then do the testing of that. And then we have to do what we call the small piece areas. So there's 3 different areas that we have to do. I don't believe it'll take a year after that time. We've been able to take advantage of this delay so far by doing the engineering models, which allows us to input these different material strengths when we know them. We're not starting from scratch. So I don't believe it'll take a year from when we do that.
Okay. Tina?
I just wonder, is there anything you can share with us at this point from your, having been there and taken all the photographs?
The best thing I can do is I saw things that NIST has, based on what I was able to see, I saw some things that NIST did. I was surprised that I was surprised that I didn't see things that I thought they should have done, that there's no evidence that they did. That's the best I can share so far.
I want to follow up on that. Thank you, Tina. That was good. So Alan, you've seen, I guess you've been able to observe what was done up to this point.
Well, you can't observe
Because,
what was
again,
done.
you-
There's
you've
like a
been-
hole, there's like a hole in the ground, and I see they did a hole in the ground. I don't know what
Right.
they did in the hole.
Right, okay. So, the object of this exercise is going to be to get you on the site as soon as possible so that we can figure out why that building fell down.
That's correct.
Which has been the goal since day one.
That's correct.
And we will continue to struggle to get that done.
Yeah, our team has 8 different groups in
Yep.
it, and they're all prepared to, on essentially several days' notice, to be here to start doing what we have to do.
Listen, we all appreciate what you're doing. Thank you
That's right.
very much, sir. Thank you. We're not going to have conversations. Right now, we're going to move, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
We're going to move to,
Sorry, one more question. Is there anything else you need from this commission to help make your job easier?
You could help me remember to keep my hearing aid batteries in my pocket.
okay, thank you.
No, we're in good shape.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, folks, okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to shift gears. It's a little unorthodox, but I know we've got people here that want to be heard, and we've also got people that are standing downstairs that want to be heard. So what I'm going to try to do is address that situation early so that you're not here till late at night while we do our normal housekeeping sort of business. Hopefully we can get you, hear you, address you, and at least let you feel like we understand what you're wanting to say and you have a little feedback. So with that in mind, let's start at the beginning. And I guess I've got cards, but we don't have to be that formal. I mean, if you just raise your hand and you want to come up and speak, I'll hear you.
I think for the record, everyone needs to state their name and address
Well,
so that our
listen,
clerk can keep notes.
yes, well, that,
It's also important to know where people live.
I agree with that, but that's something the clerk will tell the speakers. Come on up. Who's the first one? I do. Yeah. Okay, guys, when you run the meeting, you can go ahead. Come on up. I don't want to miss anybody, and if someone didn't fill out the cards, I don't want to not have them speak.
Hi, Commission. Hi, everyone. My name is David Rodan. My address is 8777 Collins Avenue, apartment 403, Surfside, Florida, 33154. I'm speaking here on behalf of the victims of the 98 people who died in that terrible collapse that we all know of. I'm also speaking here on behalf of a large part of the community of Surfside that wants to do the right thing and wants to see a memorial in that sacred land, not a couple of blocks down the road, not in the street in front, right there, in that place that some call a graveyard, that place that forever will have that stain. As you all know, the only option we have left to see that happen is a land swap. It's very simple. We swap the land of the community center for the land of Champlain. It's basically moving the community center 5 blocks down the road. It's not such a big deal, but some people in the commission are calling this as we're selling out Surfside. Surfside is not for sale. We're not asking to sell out Surfside. We're not the developers. We're not here for money making. We don't have a political agenda. We're victims, we're hurt, and we also represent the population of Surfside, who for the first time ever united, Surfside Strong, to look out for us, and because we know that the community wants to do the right thing. Everyone wants to be able to look back at that land in 20 years' time and think, back then in 2021, we did the right thing. We didn't let a building and a developer just build another building where people just go to their pool and swims, where my brother, where 3 of my cousins, where 98 people died, our own neighbors. We all saw them in the publics, we all saw them in the streets. They're our brothers, our sisters, and parents, our daughters, okay? So right now, we're at an important point here in the Surfside community. Obviously, the land swap, it's not an easy way to go. There's a lot of obstacles, but I don't think it's fair that 5 commissioners get to decide what gets done in that land and with that memorial. I think the community should be able to decide. I don't know if you're aware, but almost 2% of the population of Surfside passed away that night. 100% of the people went to sleep that night. 1 out of 50 didn't wake up. That's big enough to make a decision to move a community center 5 blocks down the road. This proposal of a new community center down at 87 Avenue would also involve a brand new community center, not those 2 pools and a little park that we see there. Something worthy of Surfside, something bigger, nicer, with an area for yoga, a theater, maybe a cinema. And then on the side, on the footprint of the building that collapsed, on that sacred land, I'll say it again, where 98 people were buried for weeks until they could be recovered. On that land, where for the first time in American history this happens, we'll see a memorial. And a community center works perfectly well with a memorial. We could have a much better community center, and we could have a memorial where this all happened. I also want to say that personally, I think it's the best for the community. I think the community deserves that memorial, and the community should be able to look back, like I said before, in 20 years' time and know that we did the right thing. Does that mean that I'm out of time? Okay, so I'll close. So what I'm asking here for you commissioners is that you expedite a referendum or any type of survey, a formal survey, where we could measure how many people in the Surfside community support this. It's not fair. I have nothing against you, but it's not fair that you guys are making such a historical call in the community of Surfside. What happened here, it's a historical event. Nowhere in the world we've seen this, and we should let the population of Surfside decide. So the same way that this happened and extremely weird circumstances happen, I'm sure we can put up a referendum in a record time. By the way, if there's any cost to putting up a referendum in a record time, we will raise the funds for that referendum. So don't worry about that. What I cannot do is raise $120 million to buy a lot of land to put a memorial where it should be.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Yeah, okay. Susie Rodriguez. No, Susie's downstairs. That's the down.
Right here.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Says downstairs. Okay, Susie Rodriguez, well, come on up.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Good evening, Major Riquette and the commissioners. Thank you so much for being here tonight. And
Can you please state your address for the record?
Susie Rodriguez, 8777 Collins Avenue, apartment 607, a Champlain Towers South building survivor. One second, I have my notes here. A few thoughts about the zoning. Developers sell square footage. Unit count does not matter to them in this market. By focusing on density, as owners, you unduly influence commissioners to give you a concession on density, which is meaningless. Having given you that, they can wash their hands off the issue. Height, not extra height, but height that is currently allowed is important. The building size is more important than density, and since you will allow the 139 units measured by the crown of the road, it will take 11 feet off the building's height instead of the wave crest, and we will end up with a smaller building and a smaller height. Thank you for your consideration on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Kund. Sorry if I butchered your name, Sean.
Sean Kund, 9273 Collins Avenue. I'm just here to voice my opposition to the land swap, echoing what the commissioners mentioned in the previous meeting, the planning and zoning meeting from last week. I believe the current community center is ideally placed in the center of the community, easily accessible to half of the population by, from all sides. Also like to hear again in this meeting where the four commissioners stand on the land swap. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice Tatum?
I'm going to speak during the park presentation.
The parks. Okay, right, okay. All right. Well, these were kind of combined, but it's, we'll try it this way. Valentine Whitaker?
Yeah, different.
Different subject? Okay. David Rodan, I think you just spoke, right? Ampro Corbell? Okay.
Hi, my name is Amparo Corbell, 9225 Collins Avenue, apartment 405, Surfside, Florida, 33154.
Don't worry.
It is almost 3 months that we had a very sad collapse of the building. And I have been writing to the city manager about the wooden post. Then they are not putting back in the way how they were before. I walk in the walking path every day, and it's very sad to see that all the wooden posts is still on the ground. I understand that it was necessary to put the wooden post down to get access to the big machinery, but I think at this time it will be very nice to have those wooden posts put back how they were before, and for us to have a nice walk in the morning and to see the landscaping done again, because the landscaping is it doesn't have been done for a long, long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rose, Jeff Rose. Okay. Sebastian Garcia?
Different subject.
All right. Ramos Rose? Randy Rhodes, sorry, Randy Rhodes. Got to work on the handwriting, Randy.
We're left-handed and learn from my mother. Randy Rose, 8777 Collins Avenue, Unit 1103. This is a very tough subject, and it's a tragedy of what happened to us because our whole life got changed. You know, we got many sides of the coins, and there's all different opinions. And, you know, I appreciate everybody's opinion, and like anything else in life, we all can agree and disagree. I had some ideas that were different than the land swap because, you know, I thought that was, as being in real estate for over 40 years, that was something out of the box, which would be very difficult. You know, if somebody came to me and said, you know, this is worldwide news, somebody very wealthy said, here's $120, $150 million, I'm just gonna be very generous and give it to us to buy that and make a memorial out of it, that would be ideal. But the reality of that happening, I haven't seen it yet because it probably would have been presented on the table. So when we go ahead and say, you know, let's switch, whether the size is the same or not, which it is not, now if we had to go build another community center, it's tough because then you're going to have your children, your families playing on the same sacred ground that we're talking about. So, and then like we have the existing community center, we all wanted it larger, but it's what it is, and one day they might make it larger and the kids play in the park in the back. So one of my compromises was that a lot of people here don't agree, but it's an option, and that's what we're here to listen to. So as some type of compromise that could be a reality is take the street on 88th Street, just adjacent to our property, east of Collins Avenue, all the way to the path, and turn that into a memorial and a park. And if we had a generous buyer that said, you know what, maybe I can take 4,000 square feet and trade off for doing an easement or something with the land, the 50 by 350 feet, that's an option. Another option is something that somebody suggested, that we could take where we have the walkway, right now a wall where our property line is, between that and 87 Terrace, 87 Park, and tell a potential developer that, you know, that big wall, maybe we'll go ahead and move it over a little bit as an easement, if it's, you know, so it's on the south side, and we can move that wall, and now we have a common walkway where people can go between the 87 Park and Champlain Towers. So we have to compromise, and by going back and forth, we know what everybody would like. So, you know, I learned in life, just let's listen to the conversations where we don't need to make anybody wrong, but we have to come up with a reality. Can I have another minute for a second? Okay. So, you know, I understand a lot of the reasons, and I get other people that tell me, Randy, we need our money as quick as we can, which I understand. Everybody's in a different financial situation. So we have to weigh it all out. So, you know, and when it comes to funding the transaction, whenever it happens and everything's clear, we hope that the parties will get the money. So, you know, yes, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of asking to do. So if somebody really can get somebody to make that whole site a memorial, then get the $150 million. The likelihood of switching the city community center, as we know, is slim to none. And if that was going to happen, how many years would that really take place, and how many years would it take to build? So just, I ask you, let's just compromise and come up with something that might work, because if we can't bend, nothing's going to work.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Robert McNutt?
Good afternoon. I'm Robert McNutt, 8911 Collins Avenue, and I have two other condos across the street. So I have three condos here, okay? And I know all you folks, and you folks I don't know too, but I hope to meet you or see you at Publix or somewhere.
Guys.
Okay, so my comment's very simple. I think, and my background's in finance, and I know about building, and I know about finance and a whole bunch of things. So my thought's very simple. We're dealing, well, number one, I wanted to compliment you because we were traveling to New York and over in Europe. You guys did a great job, okay? We saw you on TV, unbelievable. So I want to tell you that. But you should listen to the families. That's my comment. I think a swap, well, it might take long, could be worked out, okay? I didn't come in here thinking that. I was thinking the swap would be like so-so, but we have to think about the families and the beneficiaries first before everything else. And if I was on that commission, that's the way I'd be thinking. I'm not on the commission, but I think there's a lot of people, when they really see what's going on here, want to be fair. And I think you folks want to be fair too. So my comment is, think about the families, and if they want the swap, consider it. On a 1 to 10, 10 being perfect, I would say the swap is probably like a good alternative for them. But, you know, some things, like the other gentleman said, in the real estate would have to be worked out. But we got to remember this whole thing happened, and we have to consider, number one, the families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeff Platt. Did you fill out one of these cards? You didn't? Okay, can you do that for me? Just-
Jeffrey Platt, 9225 Collins Avenue. I'd like to voice my semi-opposition to the land swap. I think it's a terrible idea. I don't think the community center, being in the absolute best location in town, should be now moved to the absolute worst location in town, as far away from residents as humanly possible. It's the last corner of town. That doesn't sound right. But be that as it may, someone made a suggestion. Since Champlain Towers property is such a large property as it is, we could split the property. We could make a separate deed for whatever size property is deemed appropriate to put a memorial, whatever, on site and still be able to develop the site. Much like the World Trade Center was redeveloped.
No,
Yes, there is a memorial park there.
You're gonna pay for it?
Guys.
Excuse me, when it's your turn, it's your turn. Until then, zip it. Am I gonna pay for it? Am I gonna pay for what? I don't understand. You could develop the property, sell the property. The people who are the victims of the property should get their fair share. I don't think this should be a financial windfall for them. I think they should get their fair share, you know? This is not a place for them to make money. This is a place for them to get emotional support and to feel justified. This is not about, you know, a real estate deal, because frankly, the developers are salivating to get the property at 93rd Street, which coincidentally is right next door to that property that was condemned, which incidentally is right across the street from that huge vacant lot on 93rd, on the west side of Collins Avenue. I can just see some developer from New York, maybe from Borough Park, coming in and wanting to develop that entire area, the west side of Collins, the community center area, and the building next door to the community center area, as they're trying to develop the entire town as it is. Thank you.
Mr. Kuchlis? George, are you here?
I'm for CC.
Oh, okay. All right. CC, Champlain, Orin. Did you fill out the, okay, well, are they?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Orin Citronbaum, 8777 Collins, Unit 905. I first want to start by saying there's been a lot of miscommunication. Eliana, I'm addressing to you because I feel that some things have been misconstrued, that you think the judge and the receiver and the court and developers are the ones pushing for a land swap. There is no influence on their end to the land swap. If you've listened to the court hearings, you know that. I just want to put that in the record because I'm familiar with the process. I know the survivors and their families and the heirs want a land swap, and if that's possible, I'm for it. If that's what the people whose families have passed away are asking for, I'm for it. If it can't happen, it can't happen. But what I am definitely for is for the city of Surfside to do the right thing when it comes to zoning. There's been a lot of that they think the strings are being pulled by a developer here and a profiteer and a secret profiteer. That's not the case. Every developer's bidding on it. There's not one person that's pulling strings on the survivors, the owners, whatever. All we want is the maximum possible height, density, measurement of our land. I don't think that's unreasonable under the circumstance. It's very easy to sit up there as a commissioner, make decisions, but I guarantee if your home was the Champlain Towers and you endured what the people of the Champlain Towers have endured, if it's death, relocation, being displaced, losing their homes, having to escape that night, the trauma, I guarantee your thought process would be very different than what it is sitting on the other side of this forum. It's very easy to sit up there and say, yeah, but the city, we want this, and this was our plan. I'm sorry, circumstances have changed in all our world. And it's even more scary to think, even though you may have not been in the positions you're in 40 years ago or when the building was built, there could be a long history of culpability on Surfside's part. And I'm not a judge or jury, and I'm not accusing anything. I'm saying there's a potential of culpability on the city and to do anything except provide the best possible zoning structure that could get the largest compensation for heirs and victims and people who are injured and people who've lost their homes, people who lost their retirement community, and people who lost their life savings. Think about that when you make your decisions. And don't just think about that you want to be, I I've heard the term, if you want to be in Aspen or a Monte Carlo or, of course, we all love the beauty of Surfside. But this is not going to become sunny isles with giant towers to give what we are requesting. So please go into the negotiations with the zoning attorney with at least an open mind to what I'm saying. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Natalia Fullerton. Natalia Fullerton. She might be downstairs. There's a star here. Okay, well, she's...
We have to give them a couple of minutes.
Right, because they're seeing it on the TV, correct?
Right.
Okay. And after Natalia is going to be Leo Soto. So Leo will come up next after that. Natalia. Hi, Natalia.
Hi, I'm Natalia Fullerton, 9440 Byron Avenue. I'm here with strong opposition to the Surfside land swap. I'd like to actually thank a lot of the residents who've come today who have suggested other options other than a land swap to commemorate the memorial of the Surfside victims. It's a huge tragedy, and I think we all as a community feel it, and we all, have a lot of heart and a lot of mourning and a lot of emotions towards this event. And I don't think putting a community center right at this place of tragedy is the best place to put, to have our kids running around, laughing, and being there. I think there are many other options that we can do to commemorate the tragedy that doesn't involve a land swap. There's also the importance of the community center where it is, at the heart of Surfside. It is by the town hall. It is by the main drag of the avenue. It is centralized within the community so everyone has equal access to it. Putting it 5 blocks down, yes, that might not seem a lot, but 5 blocks is a lot when your kids are 5 and 2 and you're walking to the community center and trying to get there and then you have to go and park. And where are you gonna park? All the parking is up here. There.
Okay, guys.
Right now, it is conveniently located where there's ample parking and ample places to go, and just the logistics of putting a community center 5 blocks down is actually a big deal. And that's mostly what I want to say. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. No. Leo Sota. This? I think Leo's downstairs too. Oh, Leo, there you go.
Hi, my name is Leo Soto. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the organizer of the Surfside Wall of Hope and Memorial. Just a
Leo,
quick info on that.
Can you please say your address?
600 Northeast 36th Street. I live in Surfside. And I just wanted to say that, through the whole organization of the Memorial Wall, I've been honored to have built up all these connections with family members, and something that's very constant and something that hasn't never changed is the idea that you can't just give a developer free reign to just build over a memorial where almost 100 people died. And I completely agree with that no matter what solution comes out of in the end, it won't be allowed. Like, if it comes to it, I will chain myself to that memorial wall and I won't let it happen, because people and family members feel the same way. It's a sacred land. When you have people, and especially in the Jewish faith, and you have so many different things that you're dealing with, and you're dealing with life that's preserved in a spot for weeks and weeks and weeks, that becomes in itself a holy spot. It's essentially is a holy spot for a lot of people. And I know that a lot of people have different emotions about the land swap. If it's about convenience, if it's a small inconvenience, then I have to disagree with it. It might be a small inconvenience in certain respects, but the bigger picture is that 98 families aren't the same anymore. The bigger picture is that maybe with a land swap, you are able to, the commission and the city has more leeway into building and organizing and creating something their own way, not having to rely on this big developer to be like, hopefully they treat us well, hopefully they give us a good memorial, hopefully they do all this. It can't be. This is too big of a deal for just to trust other people. So I'm here to say that I'm 100% for the land swap. The bigger part or the bigger issue that I'm here for is that no matter what happens, nothing gets built in the blueprint. And somebody mentioned the blueprint. You can build, the blueprint is the holy place. You can build a community center to the side of it. As long as you don't build something as where people lost their lives, you can have some sort of division or some sort of where everybody wins. It really is, in my heart, a win-win. Just to finalize, I do work with history. I've been trying to work with History Miami Museum in terms of preserving the memorial and the next steps. If anybody has anything that they would like to add to the memorial, to the permanent memorial that comes out of it, please email me or text me or go up to me right now. My email is leosoto@wallofhopefoundation.org. Anything at all that you want to add, I can go to you, you can go to me, we can work together. It's just about continuing the legacy and honoring the victims. To that end, I've also took it to start a Surfside Memorial Fund. So all the funds, and I've been trying to contact big companies that are based in Miami. I'm talking Pollo Tropical, Carnival, all these companies that have a lot of interest in Miami, and trying to gather those funds so that no matter what happens, we have the funds that it takes to build something special there. So like I said, it's all about taking the small steps that we can take now, and hopefully it's gonna be a long process, but hopefully we make something beautiful out of it. Thank you.
Leo, thank you for everything you did. We met right after the collapse, and you were there every single day. You deserve some incredible accolades. Okay. Next speaker is Ronit. Ronit. Sorry about that, Ronit.
So I'm Ronit Felser. I live in Weston, Florida. I'm just here to explain I do not live in Champlain Towers. My son was a visitor that night. He was 21 years old. I want you to see my face. I want you to see the faces of the people that did lose loved ones. It's not about building or, you know, there's remains there. There's burnt bodies. I need you all to know that. I'm just begging you to do the right thing, whether it's federal funding. I understand that there's a need, an economic need. But you guys are the connection to politics. There should be funding somewhere. Help us. I'm asking you guys to help us. I don't want to go out there and look for, I don't have the head, the brain, the body, the energy. Please, please. You have Vicky that lost her husband. You have the mom that lost, these are young souls. You have the elder, you have the parents of people here. I'm shivering. Please, that's all I want to share. I want you to see my face. I want you to see every face here and know that we lost loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicky? Bitesh?
Hello, my name is Vicky Bitesh. My address is 877 Collins Avenue. I wasn't planning on speaking today because I can barely speak. However, I understand there are different opinions regarding the land swap, and I understand it's a complicated thing we're asking for the town to do. However, I want to say specifically to Eliana and Nelly, who have been responding to my messages. I lost my 26-year-old husband there that night. I left an hour before the collapse. I was there with him. There was no signs of the building falling down or anything of that sort. I said, I'll see you tomorrow. We already had a house bought for us to move in. So there goes that. And I just want to say, I understand there's different opinions on the land swap. However, I don't feel we've been getting the support from you guys like you seem to show the days of the horrifying days waiting to see if they were alive or dead. you haven't come up with any options, meetings with us, coming to see how can you help us. I can't have a building built where he died, where his cousins died, where all of them died, where I went every single day. I knew every single person. I know everything about that building. When the building fell, I was there. I came as fast as I could. I saw the rubble. I still have dreams with the rubble. I still see him in the rubble. And it is ridiculous that we even need to fight for this, because I don't have strength. I don't have physical or emotional strength to talk about this subject. And it seems like we need to fight on top of the grief that I am already enduring at 26-year-old. I was having my religious wedding on August. I have my whole life shattered in a night, but somehow specifically, I feel like there's no empathy for us. And if the land swap is such a difficult thing to do, then help us raise funds from federal governments or from donations so we can buy the land, because I understand there is a monetary situation. I would love to just go and build a memorial there, but I need to give money back to the people that lost their apartments, like my grandfather, Andres' grandfather, and the rest of the people that own their apartments. So I can't just do that like you suggested, like when you talked to me on the neighbor app. I can't just build a memorial there because I don't have the money, $120 million to pay people. So if you're going to reject our idea of a land swap that no developer said, nobody, and I want to put that out, nobody put that in their heads. It came out of us, and you can see it on every single meeting we have with the judge. If you are going to reject our suggestion or proposal, I think it should be voted by the whole community, not only you guys having the last word. At least try to contact us and try to help us find a way so I don't have to drive by that place and see a building erasing what is the biggest tragedy of my entire life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, let the people vote.
Thank you. Let's see. Andrea and Martin. Langsfeld.
Hello, my name is Andrea Langsfeld. I lost my daughter, my son-in-law, their two cousins. They're in the building, Unit 804. My daughter just got married. She moved to the building a few months ago. I lost my best friend and my daughter. And so many of your faces, I saw it in the grieving, and all of you asked me how we can help you. We are asking for your human help here, the respect for our loved ones. I don't know if you are, it's impossible for us to ask you to be in our shoes. It's the most painful thing, knowing that the remains of my daughters are still in the rubble, okay? They only find a part of her body and not the whole body. How come they can think about building something there? And the only thing that we are asking is for help from you, the human side of you. This is not about money. This is not about a space. We only are asking in any way that you can have, not to allow to build only in the side. And if it's a land swap, please help us. I know people are looking for a pool. I lost my daughter. I don't care about a pool. I don't care about money. I don't care about anything. I lost my life there, okay? So thank you for listening to me, and please help us to find a way so we can have the memorial in 8777 where our loved ones passed away there. Thank you.
I just want to say and make it very clear.
Your name?
My name is Martin Langesfeld. I lost my sister, Nicole Langesfeld, and my brother-in-law, along with his two cousins. None of us here want to be here. We don't want to start arguments. We don't want to start fights. We don't want to divide people by property owners, by residents, by the ones who lost their lives. All we want is respect. And us, the families that lost loved ones, the only way we see respect is to drive by there, whether it may be in 20, 30, 50 years, and be able to see an honorable place where we can remember, not remember how 1 year later a developer came in and built on top of where our lives were ruined. Because on June 24th, our lives were ruined. I go home every day to see my mother, who lost not only her daughter, but her best friend. And I'm not the only one. There's 97 other families feeling exactly the same. And if there's anything in your hands that you can do, and there is with the land swap we're proposing, I just please ask you to highly consider it. Because imagine if your daughter, your uncle, your brother, anyone in your family was in there. Please imagine this and put yourself in our shoes, because we are here asking for your help for a reason. Thank you.
Martin, thank you. Annabella Levine.
Hi, my name is Annabelle Levine. I think a lot of you know me. I met Commissioners Sals Howard and Paul that morning on June 24th. I hope you remember me because I remember you guys very well. And the mayor, I saw you almost every day during those days after the collapse.
Annabelle, can you please state your address,
Yes, my address is 8777 Collins Avenue, apartment 403, Surfside, Florida, 33154. I lost my brother and 3 cousins and my home on the collapse. And I want to start by stating that the land swap alternative was proposed by the victims' families, not the developers. We, the Surfside community, have been misled by our representatives, and we have been insulted. I really cannot believe that the town, and even the world, is condoning a commissioner that has called the family members of victims delusional. I've lived many years in Surfside, and whenever people asked me where home was and I told them Surfside, odds were they didn't know where the town was. So I want to ask the commissioners and the mayor, do you want to be known as the town that had a building collapse that killed 98 people while they were sleeping in bed? Or do you want to be known as the town that worked tirelessly to honor the residents that perished? I know it's not easy, but all we're asking for is the opportunity to explain our proposal. I waited 18 days for rescuers to recover my brother's body, 18 days. Is it too much to ask for you to give us time to explain and inform other residents and help them take an informed decision?
Thank you, Annabella. Raquel?
My name is Raquel. I lived in 8777 Collins Avenue.
Raquel, can you please state your last name too?
Raquel
Thank you.
Oliveira.
Thank you.
I lived in apartment 512 at the Champlain Tower South. I am 41 years old, and I am a widow. I am the mother of a deceased 5-year-old boy called Lorenzo. This is him. This is Lorenzo Leone, my son. I left them on Wednesday, the 23rd, to visit my mom in Colorado because she was not feeling well. I was supposed to leave on Thursday, but I anticipated. They were gonna meet me on the weekend. I was gonna bring Lorenzo, and Alfredo said that he didn't want to be alone. So I left Lorenzo with him to meet me on the weekend. I gave them a kiss on Wednesday morning, and I never saw them again. And I will never be able to hold my baby and my partner again. I don't have anything from them. Everything was there in the apartment. I left with a carry-on. I don't have any memory unless what I have in the cloud, thanks to technology, and what I have in my mind, whatever is left, because my brain is totally collapsing. I know we all have many different interests, even us from the building. Some people lost their homes, their properties, their assets. Some people were renting like me. Some people lost memories or objects that are important for them, and some people lost lives. I lost objects that honestly now are not really my priority, and I totally understand the people who want their belongings and who want whatever they need from there. It's their right, and I understand that. But I don't have the most important people I don't have my whole family. It was a family of 3. I am here all by myself. I am Brazilian. I moved here because Brazil was a terrible place to live, and I thought that here I would be safe. My husband had 2 of his best friends in 9/11. He lost his 2 friends. Every year, he would celebrate their lives on 9/11. This year, I made it for him. It's very hard to find a common solution that is perfect for everybody. We are not gonna find it. Maybe the swap is not the best option, or maybe it is. What I ask is that we have a little bit of time to take the right decision. And decisions cannot be emotional. Decisions have to be proper and consider everybody that is involved in this, the city, the people, politics, money, and feelings, and moral. So let's find some common humanity here. And I beg for this commission that you take the necessary time, also considering, of course, the urgency of this matter, but that you take the necessary time and that you really think about all the facts, not speculating, but really about the facts and how we can make this event that was historical. I know that people are comparing to 9/11, and some people say we cannot compare. It doesn't matter. This is a historical event that happened here in this town. So let's consider this, the possibilities that we have, so we make something meaningful. This really deserves, this is not just an ordinary event. 98 people died. Some got just part of the bodies of their families. One person never got it. It's very hard. I just beg your common humanity, and that you put yourselves on the shoes of these people, and that we make whatever is best for our community. Thank you.
Gerardo? He may be downstairs. Gerardo Vildostiega. Thank you. Paul O'Malley. Okay, so we'll do Gerardo and Paul O'Malley.
Mayor Geraldo, it's a different topic.
Okay. It says general, zoning general, so I thought that may have been. Okay, Paul O'Malley is land swap, and Joshua Epstein is Champlain. Mr. O'Malley?
Hello, Paul O'Malley from 9249 Dickens Avenue. I wanted to say thank you to the first responders, yourselves, everyone who did such an amazing job. I think it's been a very tough time for us as a community. We lost a friend. We did not lose family members. We haven't suffered like other people. I understand the emotions involved. I'm in favor of a memorial. I think it's only right for the victims, the families. I'm not in favor of a land swap. I do feel like we need to know more, but overall, I feel like a memorial is what is needed. And I appreciate all the hard work, and I appreciate the emotion here. Thank you.
Thank you.
No collapse.
Joshua Epstein, 9317 Bay Drive. First, obviously, I think for the entire Surfside community, all of our hearts go out to anyone who knew anyone in the Champlain Towers, or obviously all of us as a community, everyone knew one, or someone who lost a son, or anyone, period. I don't know how the land swap idea happened. I don't know how the idea of them selling the property before even knowing what happened there came to be. I understand what we're dealing with in this circumstance, and I never would have imagined what could have happened at Champlain, but at the same time, I never could have imagined that we'd be taking out Surfside must not be sold signs again. I think that we at least thought when we elected this commission that that would be a sign that should go in the garbage, and that words that would never come out of my mouth again. I would like to be home right now studying for a test, but I understand that at the end of the day, our quality of life is the most important thing. When my mom fought against the development, I thought it was foolish. I said, if there's a development, we leave. I was, 13, 12 years old when that happened. Now I understand what we were fighting, not only against, but what we were fighting for. Getting to spend time at the community center with friends, getting to spend time at all of our town-owned land. I think that this town does not have the money to buy that site. I don't think it's right for a new building to go up at the Champlain site. And at the same time, I do not think that it's right in any means for the victims to get swapped for the Surfsiders' quality of life. I think that they can do whatever they want with the building. That's obviously their property. It's their own livelihoods, many of which were quashed. I couldn't even imagine if that was me. But at the same time, it just leaves me speechless that we even have to have a discussion. I think that it's very emotional, and emotion can do a lot of things, can make you not really think straight anymore for commissioners being in the position of having to think about a land swap idea. But I think this commission ought to reject the land swap idea, and if it wants to entertain talks about partnering with the state, asking the state to buy that piece of land to make a memorial, because they probably are the only ones with the resources to make that happen, that's a completely different discussion. But I think it's, I don't really know what else to say. I think I'm just repeating myself at this point. No to land swap, ask the state, work with the survivors, try to get a memorial there. It is the only right thing to do at that site, but to sacrifice Surfsiders' quality of life for a couple years until that new site is built, or having to put it at the very edge of town, what's something that in our zoning code we're fighting. We're gonna make a zoning exception because it's it's on the edge of Surfside, because it's the furthest most south property. It should be in the middle of town. We have a good community center. Don't put Surfsiders in this position where I have to speak or others have to speak and kind of go at odds with survivors who've lost everything. It's just not right. I think this has to be quashed and move on to another topic of maybe buying that property with coordination from the state. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Okay, yeah, because I'm out of cards right now.
Marina Saravia, 501 89th Street. And I'm totally opposed to this land swap or permuta, whatever. I saw after the tragedy, I saw all of this community, all of us, using the community center, our community center, to help you, to help all of the victims. I was one of the first ones to run out at the scene and feel completely moved and crushed. Totally mixed emotions. But we as residents should not be penalized for something that not only had nothing to do with, but also that we put so much heart to help all of you. The community center was like a hub for all of us, for you to find family members, to get food, to talk to each other, to find comfort. If there is another tragedy, a hurricane, a tsunami, now I know how important it is to have a community center. I didn't know how important it was before. I don't use the community center until now. But I think what it is where it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else I saw? Anybody else want to comment before I close the public portion of the meeting? Anybody downstairs? Yes, sir. Chief, could you check and see if there's somebody downstairs who wants to speak? Just let me know. Thank you. Yes, sir, come on up. Give us your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Carlos Weinberg, 8777 Collins Avenue, apartment 403. In this tragedy, I lost my brother-in-law and 3 of his cousins that were all under the age of 28, very close to me, all of them. I just wanted to come out here and explain that to me it's disheartening that the community of Surfside or anybody would come out and reject an idea that they haven't even heard. The idea hasn't been presented the right way. Like, they just heard glimpses of the idea when spoken to the judge and came up with conclusions that nobody really put this in our heads. We are fighting for what's right. We are fighting to honor the people lost in this tragedy. I want every Surfside resident to remember that in this building, around 5% of Surfside lost their home. About 2% of Surfside perished. This was not a natural disaster. This wasn't a hurricane, it wasn't an earthquake. The building just collapsed. It's the first time in the history of this country that a building collapses. It has never happened, okay? And I see people talking about what they built in 9/11. I'm not trying to compare to 9/11, but excuse me, sir, in 9/11, there is an amazing memorial with 2 huge halls where each one of the towers stands. And I've been there many times, okay? And it's an amazing place. It's a beautiful place to reflect. And it's a place that is filled with people. And it's a place that is surrounded by things to do. And it's not necessarily a place where a person that didn't lose someone goes there and feels bad or cries, okay? It's a place for remembrance. That's what we're asking for. We want there to be a place where the tower stood to commemorate and to remember what happened. Because if we build a building there and we just put a tiny memorial a few hundred feet away, nobody's gonna go there. People are gonna forget, okay? 5% of this community lost their home, and 2% of this community around that number perished. We can't just let this go. We can't just forget about it and just build a brand new building on top of that thing. we're asking the land swap is one among many ideas that have come forward that we're looking to find a way to be able to reimburse all the people that lost their property in this town, that were residents here, and at the same time honor the families that lost their loved ones. Okay, so the land swap is one of the one idea of many that's come up, and is the idea that seemed to be the most potentially possible one, something that the judge actually called a win-win. Why? Because we're not saying we're gonna get rid of the community center. And we're not even necessarily saying that people are gonna be without a community center for a while. You know, a memorial and a new community center can be built there while this memorial still stands. And the community center can be even larger, because as some people have mentioned, you could take the 88th Street and add it to the project. You could have a larger area for a community center. The town won't have to pay for this. The funds will be raised. Funds to buy a property that costs $120 million, that's complicated. Now, funds to build a community center, that is something that is more likely. That is something that can be done. With the right levers and talking to the right people and asking for help to remember this, it can be done. We can build something that is beautiful, that can remember everybody that we lost, and at the same time it's a place that is public, that everybody can go and use the facilities, and not necessarily a place where people are gonna feel sad if they didn't lose somebody there. And there is also, by the way, 100 parking spaces already built there, which would serve the community to go to the beach and the facilities, which the current community center doesn't have. It's already built there.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, is there anybody, I think there's nobody downstairs. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment before I ask the commissioners to speak on this subject? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and open it up to our elected officials. Who would like to go first? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, everyone, for coming here. Some of you I've met before, and I do give you my sincerest condolences.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. I think Retta was on the list, and I'm sorry.
I was actually on the list for 96th Street Park that I know is later, but I was downstairs and I just wanted to.
Did you want to speak on the
land swap? Yes, the
swap?
land swap. So I don't even really, I had friends in the building that have passed away. What I don't understand from the conversation that we're having, I hear some people say they don't want a building built at all. So how do we build a community center there? I understand, have a memorial like 9/11 that's open to the public. Our community center is restricted to residents and guests of residents. So if I'm flying in from Paraguay to see my family who've passed away, I'm not able to get into the memorial because I'm not a resident. So to me, I feel like this commission needs to look for other solutions for all these people. We need to find money from the state, from the government, and build a proper memorial. But switching land, when I'm hearing downstairs, you don't want anything built. You don't want to see anything on the graves of your family, which I'm devastated by the whole thing. So I think I'm hearing all these people, we need to find other ways, other solutions. It's gotten to be a little bit nasty, and I watched a lot of the 9/11 coverage, and I thought how beautiful all that was back then, and then I thought about all you guys when the collapse happened, but then I hear this, I don't know, it's come down to land. It shouldn't be land. That should be a memorial. I agree. Don't build on it. But you can't move the community center there, because then 20 years from now, little kids are playing or something's desecrated or something. It's not the same thing as a memorial to have a community center combined with it, plus you won't have the public access.
Rita.
Thank you.
Rita. Rita, could you
41 Dickens Avenue, sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so what I'd like to say is that what I'm hearing tonight, because I have to say, many of you said that the land swap is the only viable solution. I'm not sure how you came up with that. It's not actually viable. When I first heard of it, it was a email sent to us from our town attorney that relayed to us what the judge and receiver had said at the meeting. And, you know, he wanted us to consider it, but we were also told not to touch the zoning code. And the land is zoned for municipal use. It's public land. It's land that belongs to the community. When this tragedy happened, I was awake. I was awake in my condo. I got to go home. Many of you didn't, and I'm really sorry for that. I don't know what I would do in your shoes, in all honesty. I went to the community center. I saw that people were being brought there, and that's where I went to see, just to be there with you. I don't think I was much help, but I tried. I wanted you to know I was there. What I'm hearing tonight that's hopeful, though, is that many of you are open to other ideas, which I think is a good thing. I don't really want to go into why I disagree with the land swap unless you want to hear that, but mostly because... Okay. Well, I'd like to first say that what I like is that you're open to other ideas, because I think that's what we need to come to terms with. I think that really it's the judge and receivership can decide what can happen to that land. I understand that the issue is getting the money for people who lost everything. So I would suggest to divide the land to what is buildable, where you would allow it to be built on. And then let's try to get funding for the rest of it. You say that someone said there will be funding to pay for the community center over there, but why not get funding to pay for the memorial there, to compensate the balance of what you need to be compensated for? I think that's the best option. That's the win-win, is to let the land be developed where it can be, where it's not the part that collapsed, and the collapsed part, let's find out the value and try to get the money. You had all the politicians there. You had our senators, our governor, the president. You know, I mean, can I please speak? I mean, you know, I didn't get to speak with them. I do know some of our local representatives. I mean, I think we need to advocate for them to help us. You know, we don't have the money for that land, and the town doesn't have it either. If we could buy it, you know, we can. It's just way out of our range. But I think it's a good idea to advocate for the money from the government, you know, because it's, you know, everybody came and shared in our tragedy, so help share us in the rebuilding. And, you know, so I mean, I'm hopeful for something better happening for you. I did put on the agenda to discuss a memorial because, you know, Leo put up a great memorial on the side of the road, and because History of Miami was moving it, and I felt strongly that I didn't want it to leave Surfside. And so I got together with the town manager and our communications director and our wonderful public works put together a beautiful wall with lighting that is right in front of the shrubs near the tennis center that can serve as a temporary memorial while we discuss what we can do that would be more permanent. And I thought of our tennis center because it's pretty much open space. It's Veterans Park, so it's already a memorial park of sorts, and it's just right there across the street. When I used to when I would go to the Veterans Day and Memorial Day ceremonies, we overlooked the building. I mean, I lost four people I knew, four very long-term residents that, you know, were very active in the community, and so I do sympathize. But we have to really be realistic and think of the community as a whole. So you are part of the community. We want to make you whole as best we can. And this is, you know, we need more conversations about this. This is just the beginning. But the land swap, let's move on from that idea and see what else we can come up with, because I don't think it's viable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to say that the loss that everyone suffered is incomprehensible, and I don't want anyone to think that I'm being cold or callous or anything. I've had losses, okay, personally. There is no dollar value you can put on that. The pain is bottomless, and it will last, unfortunately, forever, for the rest of your life. And there isn't a memorial or a building or an amount of money that's going to make that go away. And I understand that you're angry, and I'm still angry 20 years later, and you're going to be angry. But I don't want the residents of Surfside, the rest of your friends and neighbors, are not the place to put that anger. They gave selflessly of their time, of their money. They continue to do that. I didn't sleep for 3 days straight. Neither did Vice Mayor. Everyone up here, all of our neighbors, okay, we are one community. And this hashtag Surfside Strong, I started that in 2018, the last time developers came and tried to take our town property. So this is not a new phenomenon where the community comes together to protect our land and our quality of life. And the people that suffered here, it's not just those that lost lives or lost property in that building, our entire community. You know, my kids wonder if they're gonna wake up in the morning. What do you tell your kids when you live in a condo? What do you tell, their friends died, you know? All of us have suffered here. This is a collective trauma that the entire community has suffered, and we all need to heal from it. And we're not gonna compare whose loss was greater than whose. Oh, it was just your father, but it was my son, but it was my husband. Everyone's loss is equal here. Everyone's loss. And there's nothing I can say to make this better. But we were elected specifically to serve the entire town, the entirety of 6,000 residents here. And to serve the residents, we need to come up with something here that's going to memorialize the victims here, but yet also preserve the residents' quality of life. And, you know, they're not responsible for this collapse. And they shouldn't be made to feel guilty or heartless or cruel that they're not giving up the heart and soul of their community in exchange for that. You can't go up to someone and say, hey, I need a kidney, give it to me. Give it to me now. And you're a terrible person if you don't give it to me right now. Let's take a vote. Who here thinks they should give me a kidney? It's not the way politics works, and that's not a fair outcome for anyone. I was the first person, if you want to go back, I was the first person, and everyone knows I say what I think, and it's not always politically correct, but I was the first person that said, I can't believe there's a developer with no soul that would build on this property. This property needs to be a memorial park forever. And I still feel that way. But guess what? People will stoop lower and lower and lower, and there are developers lining up to buy this property. You couldn't pay me to spend one night on that property, okay? So if there's 98 families here that want to see that become a memorial, then you turn around and you talk to Mr. Kasdan, you talk to Ackerman, you talk to the receiver, you talk to the judge, and you say, this is what we want, because they have legal standing over that property. We do not. It is private property. And I wish to God I could go in there and say, it's a memorial and no one's building here, and I would chain myself to the rubble to make sure that didn't happen. Okay? But I can't. Unfortunately, it's private property and we have no say, but the families do have a say. And when you sit here and you say, hey, we don't have the money, it's your money. It is your money. And if the whole thing's worth $120 million, then carve off a slice of it for the $25 million that you think you can raise and say, this is our memorial, and the developer can have the rest of it. But you can't say, we don't want anyone building here, but yet let's put a building here. Because my children don't want to go and swim where that tragedy happened. And it's not fair. And from a Judaism perspective, you can't even go there. It's like going to a cemetery. You're going to tell all the Kohens in town they can't go swim at the pool? 9/11 is a reflective, solemn place. They didn't put a playground there and a hot tub and a lap pool. You know what the backlash would have been if they had done that? That is not appropriate. Your loved ones need to be memorialized properly, and I support you in getting a memorial, but the land swap, unfortunately, is not an option. But thank you, I think it was Randy Rose who had this idea about using 88th Street. It's genius. I mean, I hadn't even thought of that. We own 88th Street. That's as close to the land as possible. We can make that whole area a park. I mean, there are options here. The town is on the same side. We don't want to divide the town, and this is why we don't want to put it to a vote, because that's not going to end well for anyone. We don't need to sow discord when we need to be coming together to heal. So we support you, and I will go door to door and ask for funds, and I will guilt the governor and the president and everyone else that they should be doling out the money for this, and you should tell the attorneys to not take a portion of what should go to the families here. And if someone wants to forego their sliver of the profit, then they can do that. But the people to work that out with are the private property owners, is the receiver, is the judge. To point fingers at the commission and say, you need to make us whole, I wish I could. I wish I could. I wish there was something I could do to help everyone here heal. And I'm happy to do what I can do within legal means, but the land swap, unfortunately, is not an option. It's not a viable option, and it's not fair to the rest of the community. It's not fair to the people that live next door to the current community center. It's not fair to people who built their lives around that community center. And most importantly, it's not fair to the children that we're asking them to go every day to that site, right? You know, it should be a choice. It should be a choice and an explanation, and you tell your children and you tell your grandchildren about what happened here. And I think that needs to happen. But to confuse the community center with the site is just a red herring here, and it's taking away from what needs to happen. So I'm sorry if I've been blunt or the judge doesn't like what I say or how I word it, but that's how I feel. And I'm sorry, what? The idea that we would trade, no, I said the concept was delusional. I said the concept is delusional, and it is, because if anyone was here for the last P3 and was here for the last election, do you know the voters overwhelmingly, you say it isn't fair that we get to make this decision? Guess what? The voters of Surfside are the ones that spoke loud and clear on the last election ballot that that's what they want. In order for any town land to be sold or swapped or anything, you need 4 out of 5 commissioners to want it, and then it has to go to the voters, and then 60% have to approve it. And you know what? That's going to be civil war in town. And for what? For what? No, because it's our job to maintain, excuse me, sir, I'm talking. It is our job as elected officials to maintain the peace and the good and the welfare of the community and what's in the best interest of this community. The last P3 project, when that came up, I went to the former mayor and I said, please shut this down. It's not going to end well. And he didn't listen. And he said, let me think about it. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. And if anyone was here for that, it was all out war in town. Okay? And it's something that didn't need to happen. Well, this is a P3. This is our new P3. And I'm telling you now, we're on the same team. We don't want to fight this. This is not something, you know, the developers would love to see us all fighting with each other in public. Okay, but the answer here is simple. If you want a memorial on the site, tell the receiver, tell the judge, raise the funds. We'll help you do that to carve out a memorial there. That's not what I'm saying. We are here to help you. And I'm sorry that nobody is listening to you at the higher levels. We will do what we can to facilitate that, because unfortunately, you know, people's attention span is very short in America, and they're, you know, on one tragedy and then they move on. Everyone gets mowed down in a kindergarten class and they move on 2 months later. This is America, and it's horrible. And I wish I could change that. But what we need to do is work together as a community. We all want to memorialize your loved ones, your children, your husbands, your parents. Everyone deserves a memorial. And I will do what we can to make that happen. And I'm happy to help at any level. Okay? But we cannot take the town's land. We're not going to swap the community center. That is not an option. There were some great options that were raised here tonight, and I thank you for those, and we're happy to have a fuller discussion about all of those. But we will do right. We will help you. But this particular land swap needs to be put to bed, and we can move on to other options again and work together for a solution. Thanks.
Well, first I want to say I'm very sorry for all your loss. I cannot even begin to imagine how difficult this must be for everyone. I agree with my colleagues. Unfortunately, a land swap is not an option. I think there's other ways we can do this. I also feel that there's money that we can gather together and try to purchase pieces of this land. Any lot can be divided in pieces. And I have here the map of where the Champlain Towers once sat. I mean, there's parts that we can divide this lot and purchase the piece that collapsed and make a memorial there. Once you own that piece, you can do whatever you want with your piece of land. You don't have to sell it. You don't have to sell the whole thing. We also have the back part where between the bulkhead and the erosion control line. That's another piece that can be taken apart and also create a beautiful memorial there that the town will support 100%. Okay, we don't need to put the rest of our town into a discussion here about a land swap. There's many residents that do not support this. And as Aliana just mentioned, this commission was almost changed entirely during the last election. because of something like this. Our residents don't want this. Our residents want to continue to have their community center exactly where it is. It is in the center of our town. Imagine telling the person that lives on 96th Street that now they have to walk 10 blocks to go get to their community center. An elderly person in the heat, or a mother with her 2-3 children walking down Collins Avenue when there's other options. I'm sorry, but I can't support this. And I wish that we can sit together and work to see how we can make something beautiful here and how we can purchase this piece of land. It may not be the whole thing, but you can purchase the part where the collapse actually happened, which is the most important part. The part that was later collapsed, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, the part that's more important is where people's lives were lost. And this is the part that we really need to look into. And also, you're saying that you don't want to build anything there. If we were to swap the community center, where would we put our pool? Where would we put the building? Where would we put the different items that we have at our community center? You have to think about these things. And also, building a new community center doesn't cost a couple of $1 million. It costs a lot of money. We were respected. We respected everybody when they came up to talk. And I expect to get the same respect back, please. Right now, we're gonna see our presentation for our new park on 96th Street. This park alone has a 1,600 square foot building, and this park is gonna cost us almost $4 million. So imagine what moving this community center would cost. This is, I know we're talking more than $20, $30 million, or even more than that. It's not something that you can just take it and move it and put it in another place. I think the best solution is to try to make sure that we can see how we can make sure that we purchase that piece of land where the collapsed building is. I mean, I'm not saying that we as a town can do that because we don't have the money, but we can assist with contacting, like Eliana just mentioned, the governor's office, the county mayor's office. And look, there's many companies, big companies, Amazon, Tesla, so many other companies that give to charity, that give to different good causes, and they get that money reduced from their taxes. So maybe we can reach out to all these companies together, have a collective thing between the survivors and the rest of us and the town to make sure that we get something like this done. But to take our community center, I'm sorry, but I can't agree to that. And on that, I thank you very much for coming and voicing your concerns. And believe me that we feel your pain. Thank you.
You know, it was many weeks ago that I got a call from Rabbi Lipsker, and he said that he had someone that wanted to speak to me about an idea, and would I talk to him? And I said I would. And the gentleman called me and presented this idea. And, you know, at that time, I didn't see how it works or how it could work, but I don't think that's what the question was. The question was, hey, this is an idea, would you seriously consider it? Would you look at it? And, you know, we talked, and he explained it to me, and I think I came away thinking that, you know, I just couldn't see how it would work well for both parties. And then, of course, you know, that idea sort of popped up in a more sort of popular version where we've sort of been hearing about it for the last several weeks. And, you know, my take's a little bit different than my colleagues in that, and I've been criticized for that. You know, I was the one that campaigned about, we all campaigned on the P3, but I was the one that actually wrote language and presented it to the commission, which talked about, you know, never again will we, you know, will elected officials just sell property out from underneath us. Never again will they deeply indebt our town and put us in debt so that we can't do the things that we want to do. If those things are going to happen, people are going to have to vote for it. And, I felt strongly about that. My draft was presented to this commission. We eventually approved it. It went to the voters and they passed it. And it was a fail-safe for mischievous elected officials, and there are quite a few of those. But as this thing was presented again, and I can see the passion, I can see the searching. I mean, people are groping for ideas. The memorial has to happen. We agree on that. I don't think that's not debatable, really. I think that, and I had said that very early on. I was the one that said, I mean, you guys came to me when you found out the property was going to be sold, and I was the one that said publicly that, it was unsettling that it was moving so fast. I still think it's unsettling that it's moving so fast. I've written about it on the mayor's page that I have, that I think the auction idea is a bad idea, because as far as I'm concerned, that's a fire sale in real estate. And, when you want to get the most out of something, you slowly and methodically shop it around, and you look at ideas. And, this question right here, in my opinion, is above our pay grade. This is a question, I thought, for the residents. It's a question, and I said that to many of you when you asked me. Again, I've been criticized for that, but I stand by that. Because and I feel that way about a lot of these big issues that come to Surfside. I think it's presumptuous for elected officials who are only here for 2 years to make these kinds of significant decisions. So, and again, as you heard earlier on, it takes 4 votes up here to even put it on the ballot. So that's obviously not going to happen. And it looks like this version of what's presented is not possible to happen. And but I remain committed to doing what whatever I can do for you guys. And if there is some version of where we can raise money to buy that section of the property and compensate the families as well as they would be compensated otherwise, I think that needs to be looked at in a very hard way. And one of the things that this particular tragedy has done for this town and for me personally is that it's put us in contact with some very significant people in this world. And if anything can get done right now with respect to raising money and trying to get something done on that site, I'm committed to doing that. I'm committed to making those calls. I'm actually committed to contacting the people that I now have, contacts for, and those are significant people. But I can see right now that this swap idea, as it's being presented right now, obviously is not going to fly. And, my heart breaks for you guys, because I know that, this is something that you were getting your hopes up about. And, I hope you will not give up hope. I hope you will, come back with a different idea that, I'll be happy to march with you and carry the flag with respect to any idea that you think might work. But I just, as you can see right now for yourselves, I don't think that's going to happen tonight. So for that, I'm very sorry. Okay, I think that is going to conclude the discussion on that issue. And we are going to move forward with our next item. Everybody, thank you for coming, and I very much appreciate your time.
Good and welfare?
Well, just hang on a second. Hang on a second. We do have good and welfare at 8:15, and I think we have gone over. And I think we probably need to get that out of the way, okay? And then we can do the park, okay? All right, but let's let everybody get settled here for a second. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene.
Very good.
Yeah. All right, yeah. How'd it go? What do you think?
started, so if you stand for the meeting, that's fine. Have a seat, and then we're gonna get started, okay? Hey, Joshua, I know you're staying, so I don't have to worry.
He sells their thing.
Huh?
With the whole town.
No, no, no.
Town swap.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that.
Residents to get out.
No, no, no. You better get it.
I gotta be another one.
Come on.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, I think, turn it up. I think we're going to get started now, so could everybody grab a seat, please? Okay, we're already late for good and welfare. I think I want to get that taken care of because, again, we want to hear from our residents. And then we'll get into our sort of regular housekeeping issues. And I know that the parks presentation is very important to all of us, and we want to do that next. So I'm going to open up good and welfare. I have some cards. I will not hold you to those cards. If you didn't fill out a card, you're welcome to come up. I have Geraldo. Going to make me look at Vildosigia. Could you say that for me, Geraldo?
Yeah, Gerardo Vildostegui.
Woo. That's a tough one.
Not so tough. But thank you. 9148 Froud Avenue. I just want to say at the beginning, I was hoping I wouldn't speak first because I feel it's so hard to change the subject after that series of presentations. My heart just breaks for everyone involved, and I wanted to say to the commissioners, I thought you all handled that really well. It's just a extremely tragic situation, and there's just a series of bad options right now unless more money appears. And yeah, as the first person to speak after that, I feel like I have to acknowledge what just happened before I talk about something else, which feels admittedly kind of strange to change the subject. But anyway, I just wanted to say something generally about the zoning process, and it really has nothing to do with any particular controversy that's going on right now. I grew up here, but I only became a full-time resident in March of this year again, and so I missed a lot of the beginning of the zoning conversation, and I feel like there's some stuff at the level of general principle that I was hoping to say that I hope you can think about when you debate the new zoning code. There's a point, that it's funny, there's a lot of disagreement in Surfside, but one thing that people agree about all the time is that they don't want Surfside to become Sunny Isles. and I totally agree with that. But I worry that when people talk about that comparison, which comes up all the time, that they're drawing the wrong lesson from Sunny Isles, and I would like to say something about why I think we should be different and what the difference really consists in. And thank you for, for listening. The problem often gets cast the wrong way as one of density. And I want to say that I don't think the real problem in Sunny Isles is density. My family first moved to the town in 1976 when I was 1 year old, and the population was half of what it is right now. And I have to say that a denser Surfside has been amazing in a lot of ways. When I was a kid, we had no restaurants in town except for Danny's on Harding. You couldn't fill activities at the community center. Having the larger population is actually really good. What's a problem with Sunny Isles is that you have this density and there's no way to get around except hopping in your car, and there's nowhere to go except a strip mall across the street. And so you have all these people living close together and they can't move. In Surfside, we are blessed with a walkable community, and so I don't think we need to fear density as such. And I hope that doesn't become the point of comparison for Sunny Isles. I also wanted to say that people have talked about the zoning code as an opportunity to bring more high-end development to town. And I want to say I'm not sure that's necessarily a good thing either. Part of the problem with Sunny Isles is that you have a lot of apartments that are not inhabited by the people who own them. They're owned by shell corporations and billionaires who can travel between here and Dubai and London. And that's not what I want for this town either. So when people talk about high-end development as though that's a good thing, I want to say that I'm not so sure. And part of what was so tragic about the loss at Champlain is that we lost a building that was middle class, that was filled with residents who were full-time residents who really contributed to the town, and that's the sadness of the loss. So in a way, the problem with Sunny Isles is that it's both too crowded and not crowded enough. And the problem isn't the number of people. And I just hope that those principles can be of some use to you in the zoning deliberations that go forward. It's really just a sort of philosophical contribution. Thank you.
Joshua Epstein, 9317, Bay Drive. It's definitely hard to transfer from that to anything else. I must say it makes it a whole lot easier when we have another mass casualty event going on at the same time. So mass casualty event to mass casualty event. COVID-19, definitely a futile attempt. We've talked about it a whole lot of times. We seem to be going nowhere. It seems we're not actually able to persuade anyone on this commission, at least, to take common step measures. I was reading through earlier today, the only thing that I was kind of just going to put to bed, but the only thing that made me come up here and talk was I was reading an article in the New York Times about two adults in the state of California who both died of COVID and now have 5 children. And those 5 children now obviously don't have someone to read them a book of beds, doesn't have someone to bring them to school. They now no longer have parents lost to this virus. Also, another data point, if Florida had the same deaths per 100,000 people as California, 10,000 more Floridians would still be alive. I think it's important that just as the town has sacrificed so much for the Champlain residents, that all of us should sacrifice something for one another just to wear a mask. And I think it's important that this town does take that one simple step. We don't have to mandate vaccines like the Miami Beach has done, or has now corporations that have more than 100 employees have to do. We should listen to the science. The science with Champlain will tell us what happened, and the science with COVID already tells us what happens. So when we have 3,000 plus people dying a day, I think it is this commission's obligation to protect us from a virus just like that. No specific person, I guess, is to blame for Champlain coming down. No specific person is to blame for COVID, but it's something that's here, something that's, I guess, here to stay. And it's really not only taking a death toll, but it's taking an economic toll on our small businesses, on our businesses in general, that are now having to go back and close indoor dining. Revenues for a lot of businesses are dropping drastically because they have to close indoor dining. People simply aren't going out anymore because of the risk. It should not be a choice between staying home or having the possibility of dying. No one has the right to tell me that I have to stay home. Nobody has that I have to stay home because they don't want to wear a mask. I think I was looking at it, I think it was like 1904 Supreme Court case that said that the government is able to mandate vaccines because of the fact that your right to your own body stops not only when your fist hits somebody else's face, but when you put a probable risk at someone else so you put someone else's life at risk by not taking common step measures. We have seatbelts, we have airport security. I think that there shouldn't have to be more children that don't go to sleep with their parents there by their bedside because commissions like this or government in general won't take common step measures. So I encourage us to just mandate masks on our 2 or 3 government facilities that we have, lower transmission so that these children can just go to bed with kids by their sides, or parents can go to bed with their children still there and not dying, because children are dying too now of COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Platt?
Jeffrey Platt, 9225 Collins Avenue. I would be remiss if I didn't give my heartfelt thanks and support to the Surfside Police Department during this pandemic and the collapse of the building. I think they served above and beyond any expectation that we always have for them. And as always, I support them 100%. Just want them to know that, always. And we should support them more than we show. Secondly, something nobody here has ever talked about. The bridge at Bay Harbor Island has a yearly pass to go over that bridge. That's $300 a year. You can go over that bridge every day, 10 times. It's still only $300 a year. But the machine that takes your whatever doesn't work properly. I pay $300 a year for my yearly, but every month, I'm billed an additional 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 tolls because the machine doesn't read the transponder. And it's not the transponder's fault, because this has happened to probably a few hundred residents of Surfside, Bal Harbor, and Bay Harbor Islands. The town people in Bay Harbor Islands, the clerk, Bridget Monahan, high-handedly just says, no matter what, we give you no refunds. I don't care anything, there's no refunds, period, end of story. That's what we're told. It's insane. They must be making thousands and thousands of dollars extra in tolls every month. Now there's a post on Nextdoor with maybe a few dozen Surfside residents who are experiencing this inconvenience and financial loss every month. I think there is something that the mayor here or the town manager here could speak to those people in Bay Harbor Islands who high-handedly just refuse to be reasonable. They just, no, the answer is no, period, end of story, even though we show them records. $300 we paid, and every month we get a statement from them showing that they bill us more. There's gotta be something that we can do. It seems everybody doesn't want it. Florida DOT, they say, Bay Harbor Islands makes the money, go get it from them. Bay Harbor Islands says it's FDOT. We don't. Something needs to be done. Evidently, as a resident, I hold no weight with them. Maybe our town manager has some way to find out what's going on. Thanks very much. Oh, one last thing. Whoever made the decision that we can be in a room with 100 people indoors without a mask, whoever made that decision, wow, insane.
Thank you. Cassandra Gillen?
Cassandra Gillen, 816 Surfside Boulevard. Allow me to share that we purchased our home in Surfside approximately 15 years ago. Shortly after moving in, we realized that we had a flooding problem in our driveway. Interestingly enough, our home is the only one on our block that actually floods, but we have had water inside our cars several times, as well as inside our garage on 3 occasions. One time, approximately 10 to 12 inches of water, which ruined our washer and dryer. So we are very concerned about flooding. Obviously, if we're having this kind of problem just during regular rainy period, I can only imagine what we're exposed to in the event of a hurricane. Several months ago, Mayor Burkett sent out a newsletter, and he was addressing various items on that newsletter, and one of them caught my eye. That was a project that was being considered a pilot program for flood mitigation. I immediately contacted him. He wrote back immediately. I told him that I was interested in obtaining information about that pilot program because obviously we have a huge concern with flooding. So he told me someone would contact me and they would provide me with information on the project. Surely enough, I received a call from a gentleman called Michael Rabb. He called to schedule an appointment to come out to our home. He wanted to see the home, and he said at the time he would be able to answer any questions that we may have about the project. And he did. He came out along with two other gentlemen, one of them being, I guess, is the gentleman that owns the company that does the actual lifting of the homes. One thing that we learned from them, the three of them, were victims of Hurricane Sandy in the New York, New Jersey area. So they knew what the impact is of a hurricane. He provided us with many answers to our questions, which was very refreshing for us to know that the town of Surfside was able to seek these people with such experience and knowledge on this item. They apparently, as a team, have raised hundreds of homes in the New York and the New Jersey area. So they bring a lot of talent to the table. So thank whoever found them because they are really a wonderful find. They also mentioned that there are federal funds for these programs that are available to communities that seek those funds. Obviously, there's guidelines. I'm sure there's criteria to be met, but he says that it's mostly available to coastal cities. So hopefully this is something that we can look into. I know that the town is looking into pumps for Harding Avenue, pumps for Abbott, and those may be a good beginning. However, I don't see that as a permanent solution to the problem. We are very vulnerable in the event of a hurricane and storm surge. So my request to you, commissioners, is if you could please take serious consideration for this project. We need something like this to further explore our options. I doubt that in New York and New Jersey, they would have opted for other items other than lifting homes if there was a viable solution. So thank you for your time, and I hope that we can count on your support.
Thank you, Cassandra. Let's see. I think that's the end of my good and welfare list, but come on, George, yeah. Anybody else can come up.
George Kuslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. If zoning came up, you'd know I'd probably stand up. Anytime I hear about comparisons of Surfside to Sunny Isles, I have to wonder exactly what people are looking at, but I guess hyperbole does have its uses. But I did want to talk about the relationship of density to land. You would think that it's quite obvious because you have a calculation of units per acre, but I wanted you to think about it physically and why Sunny Isles looks so different from Bal Harbour, from Surfside. And Surfside has almost this magic combination of density and the size of the lots. When you think about it, you can fit a 12-story tower there, and the parking that it needs can more or less be slipped underneath it, underground, one tray of it, and we still have this relationship of the sidewalk to the front doors of these buildings that's not right on the edge of the property like you have, say, in Manhattan, in New York, a Park Avenue apartment building, but it's not that much further back, right behind the porte cochere. You get to Bal Harbour, the buildings get about twice as tall and twice as plump, and all the extra parking you need. But those lots are also twice as deep and quite often twice as wide. So they can kind of slip these parking lots under these gracious, gracious beautiful front yards to these buildings. But they're not what Surfside is. They're a very different thing, and I think we're kind of lucky for the arrangement that we have. And when you get to Sunny Isles and you plump 50 stories on top of what are relatively small lots, you get these garages that are more or less always above grade, and the towers are perched on top of them. So when you think about what we have in Surfside, there's this beautiful balance between the density we have now and the towers that we allow at 12 stories, sometimes a little bit less if the floors are bigger. But there's a balance between the tower and the parking required and the land that it sits on. We still have that nice relationship between the pedestrian and the building and the views of the beaches beyond. So every time you think about density, try to convert it into something physical that you can relate to, because these numbers, 109, 65, whatever you're dealing with, they're very abstract. And as an architect, we can understand these things, because when somebody quotes a unit per acre count to you, you can visualize the kind of building it has to be. If you're in the teens, it's a townhouse. It's no longer a detached house. But these are abstract concepts, and it takes a lot of familiarity. So just think about the town we have and the kind of densities we have and why we're so lucky with what we have, and that fine-tuning the numbers is not that big a deal. We have the right balance right now. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Next speaker.
Jeff Rose, 8851 Frat Avenue. First, my heart and everything goes out to the victims, and I think actually you guys did a very nice job handling the situation. So I really do commend you guys on that. I'm going to talk about a lot of different things here. Number one, I saw that you have selections being made for new planning and zoning board members, so I'm glad you guys are going to fulfill those 2 open positions, because sometimes there are short on members as well as other boards. What's not on the agenda, which still is important to me, walkability, that's not on the agenda. Kayak launch potentially, because I know the park's going to take a little bit of time, and expansion of the downtown district. We talked about that, how we're going to eliminate some of the parallel parking and widen the sidewalks for maybe some more cafe seating. But I will talk, because George talked about it, so I guess I'll talk a little bit about zoning. In regards to the whole new zoning code, you know, the best way, I've kind of talked a little about this with George, is think about this as you're remodeling a house. The zoning code, there's a lot that goes into it. But before, I know a lot of you guys, and the most controversial items are, it's like remodeling a house. You want to talk about roof decks, hedges, mechanical equipment. Those are the cosmetic, the pretty things. But you got to have straight walls, good electric, good plumbing, good floor to have a level floor to put that nice tile on. So whether the zoning code goes forward or not, there's the new zoning code. We need to make sure that all the things behind the walls are fixed, the details, so that if there is ever, if this zoning code does go forward and there's these controversial items like the rooftops or those little things, we have a good foundation to work with. So those can be interchanged in and out, but we don't want to have a new zoning code that has bad electric, bad plumbing, not straight walls. So that's the most important thing. Pay attention to the details. I don't know which way this is going to go forward, but the details do matter, because you don't want to put on a brand new, beautiful zoning code, and then all of a sudden, a couple months later, oh, look at all these things that we didn't realize we put in there. So please pay attention to the details. They do matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker. Good and welfare. Anybody?
Yeah, Randy Rose, 8777 Collins Avenue, Unit 1103. You know, tonight was a tough night. I do agree with the astute mayor that I don't think the receiver should be rushing a sale. There's lots of issues that have to be cleared up, title, when the owners are going to get paid, when the closing does take place. You know, there's things like that. You know, there's a million ways that we can make life brighter. And if a memorial, all the money could be raised fast, 120, 150 million dollars, we got the survivors and the people that lost could get money, and we could move on. I mean, that'd be perfect. So I'm not looking to, I'm asking for a few changes, and this is about with the zoning. you know, I'm trying to not make this as a political issue, which a lot of people have run on certain things about zoning. So, you know, the election, and we got election coming up less than 6 months away in March 2020. So there's a few things that I believe that could happen. And, you know, one of the things that did happen, a lot of people left this room that could be here about the zoning issue in the media and things like that. Unfortunately, it happened before. But I believe you could immediately vote tonight to eliminate the zoning in progress and go back to the March 2020 zoning. And this would be very good, and it's possible to do. It really is. You could do it tonight. Then vote during the next two commission meetings to include the text amendment as an alternative to the wedding cake. And this could be done in a period of time. And if we do something like this, I believe, you know, a lot of people that I see here today will still be here after the March 2022 election. And, you know, it's not a gamble. It's something that we should do. There was a tragedy that happened. So if for some reason we can't do a memorial on the site, then we got to come up with a solution that a possible buyer can do something with the property and with the other properties around town. Now, a building 40 years old, something happened. We have another sister building. So what are we going to do? You know, I didn't choose to basically have eminent domain, my building taken away from me. But if I was living there and somebody wanted to buy me out, then that's a different option. That didn't happen. So circumstances in the whole town are different than it was prior to June 24th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Good and welfare? Yes, sir.
Is this yours, Jeff? Is this yours?
Sebastian Garcia, 9195 Collins Avenue, apartment 404. First off, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. To build off of what the last two gentlemen spoke about, the text amendment and the zoning, I've been coming to Surfside since 2004, and I've been a resident now since April. And I just wanted to say that I support the text amendment as well as the revised setback, and I thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Susie Rodriguez, 8777 Collins Avenue. And I spoke at the wrong time, so I'm coming back again. I'm a rookie. I want to say, and Elena, I've owned a property in Sunny Isles where I had this huge building blocked by sun. Every morning I used to have to get up and go to the south side of the buildings. Then at 12 o'clock I'd have to move. We're not asking for 41-story building. We're just asking, for the right height. If we measure, from the crown of the road, we're gonna lose 11 feet. So I think it should be measured by the wave crest and definitely allow the text amendment. And just discontinue, the zoning in progress and go ahead and fix the loopholes that are in the March 2020 zoning code. And I think that would, solve the problem. Thank you.
Anybody else? Good and welfare? Good and welfare? Anybody downstairs, Chief? No. Okay. I'm going to close the good and welfare, and I think we're now going to move up to the parks. Nellie?
Yeah, I'd like to
Huh?
respond.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Of course. Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you guys want to do this text amendment, if we
Well-
continue to talk too much.
Well, that's all right. Let everybody go around for 3 minutes.
No, I want to respond.
Respond.
Yeah, I want to respond.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Eliana, go ahead. Tina, okay. Tina, you go first.
Okay, thank you. So, in answer to the zoning in progress and the text amendments and all that, that was the route I wanted to take, but that's not where we are. The text amendment will be up shortly, and yeah, I'd like to see us move on with that, because that takes process. By the time that goes through, the zoning in progress would be ready to expire, and I'm okay with that. That's only me, so. you need to convince others. As far as what Jeffrey had mentioned about Bay Harbor Islands, I did see that thread on Nextdoor the few times I've been on there. So if this commission would, I need more than just me, if this commission would like to direct the town manager to discuss with Bay Harbor Islands to at least fix their issue or credit people back who've paid for that yearly pass? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, I'd like us to see us do that. And there was something else about the flooding, yes, this pilot program. We've heard about it, but it was never presented to us or voted on by us. So it's still kind of a mystery. I received some email today, but it really didn't explain the project. So, we all supported the Abbott, putting the pumps to fix the drainage issues on Abbott Avenue. The pilot program has never been presented to the commission, so we don't know about it fully. So, that's something that, needs to be presented to us, that's all. Really to the public, because the public, I don't know who knows from the public, but if the commission doesn't know, it's not commission driven, so if it wasn't presented by the town is what I'm trying to say. And that's pretty much it. So the zoning, we'll see where we go. Let's move on to other topics.
Okay, next.
Okay, thanks. First of all, I do think it's terrible that residents are being double charged for the toll in Bay Harbor. Obviously, we're sort of a captive audience, and we have to use that bridge. So I certainly support directing the town manager to make sure that our residents are not paying twice. If they buy their pass, they should not also be charged again. If there's a problem with their transponder, that needs to be addressed. That's what we're here for, is to advocate on behalf of our residents. So thank you for bringing that up. I did not know. I don't even drive anywhere anymore, to be honest. So I wouldn't have any idea. But thanks. I do want to agree with, I think is it Randy Rose again? He's like, every meeting, he's got good ideas here. I do agree. I feel like they're rushing the sale. I feel like, there's some things, this whole Champlain situation it's obviously a tragedy. But I can't for the life of me understand how someone will buy a piece of land without even knowing if it's usable, if it's safe, before even knowing what caused this collapse. For people to sit here and say, we don't care about the money, but give us the money, we only want the money, but we don't care about the money, it's just too confusing and it's too upsetting. And, it's not fun for me to have to be up all night on Nextdoor and responding and telling people that lost loved ones that, I'm so sorry for your loss, but you can't have our community center. But I also want to point out that, the judge here, the receiver, all of these people have the power to do the right thing here. They can order that, and they can very easily do that, and they know they can, okay? So they don't have clean hands here when they're operating here about what's going on. There's a big chunk of the money that's going to be going to all the attorneys that are billing while working on this, and they should be doing this pro bono. This is a huge tragedy. So when I see the court filings here, which I have copies of, and all the lawyers being listed here, and it says right here they're entitled to compensation and they're going to be blah, 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 and I see Mr. Kasdan sitting through our meetings, and I know he probably bills at $500 an hour or so, that money's coming out of the victims' pockets. And I can't for the life of me understand why we're in this situation where people are taking blood money, really, of the situation. This is something, someone doesn't need a third vacation home or a boat or whatever it is. To do the right thing here just means taking a little bit less out of your own pocket so that people who really suffered here can get more. And then they can have the memorial. If you forego your fee, maybe that's the money, maybe that's the difference to have the memorial. So I just feel like I need to say that. I also feel like I want to say that, there needs to be a full accounting of what happened, and that means that all of the information needs to come out. Everything from the condo board meeting minutes to the plans to every single thing, because the finger pointing is just going, all the way around at everybody but anyone themselves. Everyone is just looking to blame someone, and that's just natural to feel like you want to be able to blame someone. But the town and the residents are not going to be on the receiving end of that, because that's not appropriate, not fair. I do agree with my son about COVID. I do think we should be smarter about that. We should be mandating vaccinations for our employees. We should be wearing masks. We should be smarter about that. It's a little bit embarrassing that our town is not, but I have to pick my battles.
Thank you. Go ahead, Nellie.
Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. Yes, Jeff, I agree. We definitely need to look into that bill, and I agree. I've seen that on mine as well. So if, Andy, you can maybe get with Jeff and other residents and maybe put this out to other residents that this is happening, so we can get together and go to Bay Harbor, and have them adjust their system and pay people back for what they've taken that's not part of the deal. Because if it's unlimited, unlimited means unlimited. If you're paying $300, that's it. You shouldn't be charged a dime more. And Ms. Cassandra, thank you very much for coming up to talk about the flooding. In our last commission meeting, we approved the design of the Abbott Avenue drainage, which I think will alleviate a lot of our flooding problems. I think at the moment we should let that happen, and then we address other issues. I'm not familiar with the raising of the houses. I have heard it here at the commission meeting. I haven't seen anything regarding anything that has been brought to our attention regarding raising the houses. It could be a very good solution, but I think we first need to figure out how we can direct that water away from people's homes. And I think the Abbott Avenue drainage is going to do that. The engineers that we hired, they're saying that it's going to be a 95% increase. Improvement, sorry, not increase, improvement, of having the water leave quicker. And so this way we don't have this problem. I think we stopped by your house when we were campaigning, and you and your husband came out and spoke to us. I do remember. So I think let's give that a chance. And if it is an option to have raising of the houses, I think that's a great idea. When it does come up to this commission, it has not yet.
If I may just add something, it is my understanding from the gentleman that visited me, there's a window for the federal funds, and I believe it opens now. That would be my concern, if it's something
Okay.
that we could look into.
We will, I'm going to address that when I speak.
Thank you.
Okay, and well, in terms of what we heard here today about the land swap, we know how our commission feels about these things, and how our residents feel. And we've heard everyone's concerns, and I think the solution is to try to work to find a different place for this memorial, and it's not in our community center. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I want to address the flooding issue, because we've been working hard on that. I think Nellie's done a great job on that initiative to sort of enhance the way the water is removed. Like we understand that basically what that does is that gets the water out quicker, but it doesn't stop the water from coming in the house. The water still comes in the house, it just stays in the house a little less long. So what I've done over the past several months, and I believe I brought it to this commission, and I did a slideshow on it, and I know I've got it on my website, but what my sort of impetus was to go out and find a couple homeowners that wanted to try this idea where they lift their house up and they put it up on stilts, and they fill it in around, and it looks like a regular house by the time it's done, but it's up and it's safe. We have 2 residents who have volunteered to do that. Cassandra's one of them, and Victoria Safey is the other one. We've had experts, as Cassandra said, come out to the houses, evaluate the houses. We've had the house raisers come out, look at the houses, and what I wanted to do was put all this information together so I could bring it to the manager. One of the things that we need to do right now is soil testing at both of those houses. And that soil testing is going to be $2,000 a house. So that's a total of $4,000. The architectural plans, in order to get the cost to have the contractors come out there and estimate the total cost to lift the houses, are $5,000 for each house. The total cost is less than $15,000 to move this pilot program forward. I think that it could be a watershed for what we're doing here in Surfside. We believe that we can get these houses raised for between $80,000 and $120,000 each, which will add incredibly to the value of those homes once they're up and they're safe. So they become sustainable, they become resilient, they become hurricane adapted, and all the good things that we all believe in here on this dais. So I would ask the commission to consider tonight whether or not it's okay for the manager to go ahead and expend less than $15,000 in order to move the pilot program forward.
I don't know anything about
but,
this
But you know
program.
what? I'm not finished talking. And I know you're against it, and I don't know if the vice mayor is, but I'm hopeful she'll have an open mind to at least move the project forward so we can come back with a more fulsome sort of explanation on exactly how it would work. But in order to get those numbers and those cost estimates, we have to take that first step. And that first step is that slight investment in the analysis.
But Charlie, I'm sorry to interrupt here, but I think I agree with the pilot program, but it needs to be brought to the commission like any other item that we put on our agenda, just the same way the Abbott Avenue drainage was put on our agenda, just the same way the undergrounding of the power lines was put on the agenda, just the same way the park is put on the agenda. I don't think doing this and spending money without coming to the commission and I think it's a very good project. I think it's a great idea, but it needs to follow the proper protocols, not just do something behind and then after we spent all this money, then we're coming here. Even the planning and zoning of repairing our whatever we feel that needs to be fixed in the zoning, that came to the commission. And we all voted on this because we all have the same power to vote on this. It's not just a one-person thing. You need to have the support of the rest of the commission, which honestly, I do support it, but I want to see it in an agenda item, and I want to see it here that you send us the backup and everything like everybody else does, and we get it done that way. I think that's the proper protocol.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Commissioner Velasquez just said. I mean, I can't vote for, I got an email today with the amounts of money, but I don't know what the project is. And I still feel that it's, you know, if we are to do this pilot program, it needs to be really spelled out. And then it's, you know, you already have 2 people for it, but I don't know, you know, how that was determined, and it wasn't open to the whole town. And, you know, it should be open to the whole town, and how many homes would we do this? And, you know, you had made a recommendation for the condos to do geotechnical testing. So you're ready to geotechnical test for these homes, but you said the condos is private property and they have to deal with it, but this is private property too. So I'm a little confused here, and
Well, don't be too confused. It's, this is an effort, this is a pilot program that would highlight the process. So I think everybody can see where you know, listen, I'll be happy to jump through the hoops. We'll put it on the agenda for next month, and, you know, we'll do that. But the bottom line is we're talking about less than $15,000 in order to put together the package. But it's okay. We will have all the data, and then we'll see where it goes from there.
Okay, but you said that's fine to put together the package, but then what? I mean, I don't know what you promised these people.
No, you don't have to worry about what I promised these people,
I'm
because
not
these people
worried,
are
I'm
here in
just
the
saying.
agenda, they're here in the audience.
But I'm just
Okay?
saying, I
So,
don't
but
know. I mean,
again,
it wasn't.
you don't know because you're asleep, and you don't know because you don't want to know, okay? So the bottom line is the
You don't have to
resident,
be unkind to us.
the resident is here.
Okay, so you can't handpick who, you
I
can't
can-
handpick
actually-
who gets projects. What you can, you
No,
can
no, no,
spend taxpayer
nobody-
money on your friends and favors and whatever you're
They're
doing.
not my friends, they're
You
not my
just handpicked
favorites.
people to do a
No,
project?
we asked for volunteers.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
Where?
I did.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
well, guess what? It wasn't published in the Gazette
Yeah, it
or
was.
online or
It
anywhere
was.
else. No, it wasn't. Was there
How
a
did you?
raffle?
Well, hang on a
Did
second.
anybody
Yeah,
enter?
did you enter the raffle?
Was there a raffle for this?
There was no raffle. I think that the only way I found out it was out on a newsletter. So I reached out to Mayor Burkett when I read that.
Okay, so
from
I'm sure that it's great.
perspective-
Listen, I'm sure there were
And
a lot of
people
residents that
got
would
it.
love to have this, the town pay to raise their houses or test anything. So the proper procedure for any
Whatever.
government
We're gonna
thing
do
is
that.
not hoops. It's called process, and it's called public disclosure.
Okay, we're gonna do that. So
So your
anyway,
item
we're
goes to the
gonna
back
jump.
of the agenda.
We're gonna jump through the
I
hoops.
just want to know that I just want you to know that I was not chosen. I came and inquired. I was interested in the project. That's how I became interested.
Yeah.
I contacted Mayor Burkett, He told me that this was a project that he's trying to push forward. So, no, I don't know him, he's not doing me any favor, and he's not trying to raise my
Okay,
house
listen,
as a favor.
that's great, but and I'm sorry that you're in the middle of this, but there has to be a proper procedure for how we implement any programs, and unfortunately, it's a little bit more, we have to kind of go through the proper channels, and we may get to the same end result, but that doesn't mean we get to skip the proper channels. because-
Whatever, let's see, move on, okay? So
understand.
anyway, that's the end of good and welfare. And we will move on now. I think we've got the,
Can I just say, I'm not asleep by
Well,
any
well,
means.
I appreciate that. I'm
And-
glad.
And I don't know what newsletter she's referencing. I don't think it was
I
a
know,
town
but
publication.
again,
Like in your own
again,
newsletter, like
Yeah.
your email, you send out
Okay,
yourself?
ladies, can we move on, please?
just like yours.
Can we move
I don't
on?
send out any emails.
Okay, whatever.
Whatever.
It's all
Whatever.
good. It's,
Okay, can
It's all
we
good.
please move on?
Yeah, whatever.
yeah.
Okay,
Let's
can we
move
move
on.
on with the park? We've been waiting since 7 o'clock. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Yeah, let's get to the part.
Which
Thank you.
item is that, Nellie?
That's item 5B.
Mayor, can I read the title of the resolution?
Yes,
Thank you,
please.
Sandra.
A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida,
Did you find it yet?
approving the final design development plan for the 96th Street Park project prepared by Savino and Miller Design Studio, PA, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date item 5B.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Town Manager, wherever Randy is. It's been a tough night, as someone said, and we're coming from, just down south, and we live in Miami Beach. I just wanted to say, what you all have been through, and what you're all doing now, and all your arguing and all the contesting is part of it. I mean, I've been humbled, and it's awe-inspiring to see what you guys have had to go through and how you're dealing with it. I think it was very elegant tonight, the response. We were sitting right next door, right next to these people, and it was very tough to hear firsthand. This is the first time we've been so close to it. You guys, we saw you daily, so we respect you for that, and we're just glad to be a little part of maybe bringing some hope, with a park, a public park, and some joy, and so the community can come back together again. As it does here, sometimes raucously, and that's the way democracy works, and that's where it goes. So we just wanted to say that. Well, anyway, I'm here tonight with Adriana Savino, Savino Miller, she's my partner, and Bill Lane from William Lane Architects. We know him, you've seen him in the presentations, and Kelly Hitzing, our project manager, who's really the boss of the project, and has been so great in pushing this through. So she'll take you through it, and we're glad to be here again, and we're willing to, no problem. As a matter of fact, I think the agenda item said 9:45 we're supposed to start, and we're on.
There you go, you're on time.
We're on it. So that's pretty good.
That is.
Hello. So we're coming to you now. Before we were here at the end of schematic design, we had kind of a general layout, a building size, a building style, and then we were asked to come back near the end of design development to kind of show you the development of a few more items. And so that's what we're going to do tonight.
Sorry, can you just make sure you're speaking to the mic,
Sure.
please? Thank you.
We always read the park mission statement at the beginning of everything. I'm gonna update you on the project schedule. We'll share kind of the design concept we came up with, introduce a site plan that's more detailed. We have some options for things. We don't have to decide amongst yourselves like A or B tonight on a lot of these things. We just need to know strongly no or a strongly yes. And then in general, the okay to keep moving forward designing the park. We have an updated cost estimate, and then we listen to your feedback and the community's feedback. So our mission statement for the park: to create a place of natural beauty that reflects the town of Surfside community and serves as a model for cultural enrichment, ecological stewardship, urban resilience, and a place to play. Right now, these kind of first three boxes on the left represent the design development process. A few weeks ago, we went to the Parks and Rec Committee with much of what you'll see tonight. We developed it further since then to get their input and feedback. And now we're coming to you to get your input and feedback. And then after this meeting, we will kind of wrap a bow around this portion of the process and go into construction documents, the written specifications, permitting, the bidding process, contractor selection. The next time the project will come back to the commission is to approve the contractor's, the bid. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to speak to exact process, but if anyone from the town's. RFQ, yeah. And then we go into construction.
Where's Andy?
And the goal is to, have that done by spring, by March, to get the contractor selected, the contract approved. We don't have a lot of control of the permitting process, so that's kind of an if out there.
It takes a while in Surfside, I hear.
Yeah, we are going to kind of push the kayak launch portion forward because it has some state permitting that has to go through, so that's been started.
I'm sorry, you mean by March to
This year.
have a contractor or to break ground?
Again, the contractor selected, we don't have a ton of control over the permitting, and then that selection process the city goes through. So somewhere
So that's our
between
internal
contract.
part.
Yeah,
Okay.
somewhere.
But when do you guys finish your part?
So our part, we're trying to finish by December. So by the end of 20, and then you have the bidding process. Permitting will happen in there, hopefully.
I think Jim can expedite the permitting, yes, Jim?
Yeah, Jim is on board.
So possibly we could start by February.
Well, there is some county permitting and then the state permitting for the kayak launch, so we just have to keep,
I
we
think
don't
we're
have,
already working on that, aren't we, Jim?
Not the county.
no.
The city, but it goes hand in hand.
Okay. Yeah, because I'd like to see this park started before elections of next year.
We're
So
trying.
if we can work on this a little quicker, I'd really appreciate that.
I understand that's the goal, and that is our goal as well. There's a process that has to be gone through.
I mean, to start the process. Yeah.
So the design concept that we are looking at for the park, we want it to be very Surfside specific, the actual word surf involved, where the surf meets the shore. So we're not talking about deep sea or, boats or ships or things like that. It's really, what happens right on the sand, the dunes, sea turtles, shells, the fish that go right along the shore, things like that. And we're really inspired by these colors, these forms, these shapes from the town itself. Kind of what that looks like if you overlay it on the park site. You've got the north side, the ocean, the water, then you have going into the sand through the playground area, and then we have some dunes separating the playground from the field, and the field becomes kind of the grassy green area of an aerial of this town. The site plan that you saw before, all the major elements are still in the same places. But we further developed what you see. The kayak launch, this is kind of the form it will end up taking. I'll get into more detail about that later. The building as well, we've been kind of playing around with the stairs to give them kind of a wave form going down into the park to fit with the theme. The playgrounds, we will show you several vendors that is one decision we would love to come to a conclusion on tonight, is which playground vendor to move forward with. There's some options I'll go through. The east.
Just putting the playground equipment in? Isn't that just?
No, because there's a lot of, where trees go, where the design, that's actually a long process. If you get custom equipment, it's, there can be a long lead time you have to get into. So what we did talk.
Has the Park and Recs committee waited on this at all?
They have, and I will, when I get to the playground
You
part,
will,
I'll give
okay,
you
yeah,
kind of what
that's
their
important.
feedback was.
Okay, good.
But what we did discuss at the Parks and Rec Committee was that you guys could give them the power to kind of approve the final equipment if you also give your feedback on kind of the direction you want to go tonight.
We like the power, all right.
So I'm going to go into some enlargements of this plan next. So the north side, we have the kayak launch, we have over here The building, we talked about possible kayak storage. That can be an operational decision by the town. Those are just racks that can be put in or not. We have kind of this viewing
Is it
deck.
still a separate entrance to the kayak launch that can be fully
Yes.
separated? There's no access from inside the park?
So we have a gate here on the street where kayaks can come in, and then there's another gate at the edge of the building that can be locked, so no one can get behind there, depending on how the Parks Department decides to regulate that gate.
Okay, great.
And then there'll be a small kind of fence over the seawall, so you can't just walk in from that direction either. So we have kind of the wave stairs, and there's a little bit of kind of seating stairs in the middle. If you have a group of kids for camp or something that you want to kind of gather up, talk to, that happens there. And really the basketball court, we were thinking like a very simple color treatment to go along with the theme of the park.
Now, that's a lot bigger than the one we have now, right?
Yeah, this is like a high school regulation size. The one now is no real regulation size. A section through the building at this area where you can see we have, the main kind of thing to look at here is we have this, the building is elevated for code. So we get a section here where you don't have to have a fence here if you have this deck and a railing that's for, meets safety code. And this is kind of an open area where people can look out over the water and sit and enjoy without being behind the planting or fence or anything.
There is a fence or there isn't a fence?
Right here, yeah, just here. And then we have another whole thing about fencing later, but it's just, I want to show on this section because you can see it on the building.
Okay, how, I just want to make sure we have, adequate safety fencing
Yeah,
in place.
just here is what I'm talking about, where there wouldn't be a fence because we have the building.
10-foot fence,
Is
don't
it
you? I mean,
glass?
the
Is it
net-
glass?
We have some options for that railing as well, but it will be 4 foot high, it would be vertical or glass.
Okay, but you've got a section on fences, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let
Okay.
them
Yeah.
go.
Yep. Yeah, I don't, if we want to I can let you know or a point to
No, keep
questions.
going.
Okay.
You go with your presentation.
And then the playground, this is just some representative equipment of kind of the things we can fit here. Again, we'll have a little more detail on this later. But we've got like 2 existing trees here we want to keep. There's kind of an ending here where these chairs actually look out over the kayak launch, kind of just a sit and view area there as well. The playground area is kind of this shape here. There's a dune here that is elevated with a slide, some sort of climbing stuff there. You'll see some more detail. The dunes kind of wrap around here and protects the kids from just kind of going out the exit that would be here. There will be a bike rack near the entry. We're kind of internally debating on exactly where that goes still, but somewhere along the street or by the gate. Right now, we're showing it just right here, and the gate is here. What they're calling the shaded plaza, it's underneath a lot of the existing trees. That's where we're planning on some movable furniture, can be rearranged, can be stored away for events if there's some other kind of setup there. The question that has come up is whether or not to also include some sort of exercise equipment in that area, which I'll show some more detail on later as well. This section is actually going long ways through the whole park. So you see kind of the building's elevation compared to the rest of the park. You have the kind of playground area, then you have the little hill, and then you have the field here. And you can see from kind of the first floor, the view line is kind of under the tree canopy. So people standing here can look all the way across, have a nice view of the park staff, parents, etc. Just zoom in on the field, there's not a lot of detail to see, just know that we're having some planted swales on either side, and we'll get right into the fences after the next couple slides of sections. The idea on the edges of the field is to we're gonna have swales for drainage and have some low planting there, and then we'll have some taller palms to kind of clear the fences and keep sight lines open. Same thing on the street side. And this is also showing that the site is raised about a foot from its existing grade. The fencing. So we looked at playgrounds nearby that are waterfront, and kind of what their situations are, what they have. Bay Harbor Islands has the 6-foot fence right next to their tot lot. This one is in Miami, near the 112 Causeway. They have a playground right at the edge of the bay with a 5-foot fence around it. Then there's kind of a walkway in the water. At North Bay Village, they have a playground right on the water with a 5-foot metal picket fence. Margaret Pace Park, also in Miami, playground right by the bay with a 5-foot fence around the playgrounds. And then Bell Harbor Park, the future plans have no fence at the water's edge, and the playground is kind of set back from the water and not fenced as well. So our proposal for this park kind of fitting with the norms we've seen, and also remembering that statewide pool fencing is 4-foot height, vertical with a 4-inch gap, and that's been very well studied, statewide accepted as a fencing standard to keep kids safe out of pools. We are raising that up, proposing a 5-foot metal picket around the park with the same kind of vertical pickets, 4-inch gap standards to meet that. When we were looking into the higher fencing for the ball areas, the basketball court and the field, I was visiting Bay Harbor Islands Park, and they have this sports netting up. This very transparent, like you don't even notice it almost. You know, so they have at baseball games, et cetera. And we were thinking, what if we use that combined with the picket fence next to the field, so that, you know, you're not having this huge fence, metal fence that looks kind of, you know, prison yard-like, et cetera, like you have now. So the balls are protected from going in the water, from going in the street, but the main fencing you have around the park is something like this. And we looked into the companies. There are ones that definitely have installations in South Florida. They're hurricane rated. You don't have to like take them down. If a panel gets torn in any way, it's a couple $100s to replace it. So kind of the plan of what the fencing plan would be, you have the 5-foot metal picket is the dashed black line. So all the way on the street side here, and then on the water side, except for this little piece at the building, where the building is elevated, you can't get to the wall behind it, and you have a railing, a 4-foot railing at the edge of the building. And then on the north side, we're actually proposing to keep the existing tall chain link there. Just makes sense with the road there and everything. We don't need to replace that. This little corner, we'd have to wrap around a new fencing just because we have the gate there for the kayak launch. And that's a nice place where the Parks Department can hang up signage for events or something like that to advertise what's going on in the park.
I'm sorry, is there any fencing along the basketball court, between the basketball court and the kayak launch?
There isn't. There's
Okay.
that's just an open kind of walkway, but it's really just a walkway.
And
the
how-
gate is here that keeps you from getting into the kayak launch.
Okay, and you have another gate in the front there.
There's a gate there, so the
Okay.
kayaks could go in there. They wouldn't have to walk through them.
And how about in the back, where the back part of the golf course, I'm sorry, the basketball court, against the building so that balls don't fall on the glass or something?
We don't have anything there, and I mean, we don't think it's really necessary.
Okay.
There's not going to be a fence around the basketball court?
No, not between the basketball court and the building.
And
We have about a 15-foot gap. Can I speak from here? About a 15, 20 foot.
No, you gotta go to the microphone.
Actually, if you play basketball,
Yeah.
you realize that when you're chasing the ball, sometimes you go off the court to grab the ball, or you don't want to slam into a fence.
Yeah, I just
That's the
know
last thing.
we're not real professional ball players in town, and so the chances of the ball staying on the court and not taking out some 2-year-old are pretty high.
It's, I'll respond. There's a ramp that goes right up to get up on the, can we zoom in on that? You see on the right side of the building there's a ramp that goes up that will stop most balls rolling along or bouncing along. It goes up 5 feet.
What goes up 5 feet?
The ramp. The ramp goes up 5 feet.
Where is the ramp?
That's the handicap?
Yes, the handicap
Uh-huh.
ramp, which goes up to the new platform for the building, is going to stop 90% of the balls.
No, but I mean on the sides of the basketball court.
So this side, there's 2 huge trees, there's planting, there's a lot of parks around, and the playground's over here. It's not gonna make it to the playground.
And there's a 10-foot fence. It's just, and if most basketball courts I've ever played at never have fencing around except for in front of a street.
Okay, so you're comfortable safety-wise
Yes.
with no fencing, but on the
It's not no fencing.
There's just no.
There's fencing on the east side, there's fencing on the north side, there's a ramp and a building wall.
So how high is the fence between Bay Drive and the basketball court?
So that's where there's the 5-foot fence and then the 10-foot netting.
Okay, and how high is the fence between Kane Concourse, 96th Street, and the basketball court?
That's the existing 10-foot chain link.
That's the same fence that's already
But but that fence goes before you get to the kayak walkway, correct? Or can you walk to the, like, that's my question, is the kayak launch walkway separated from the basketball court?
No, doesn't need to be, it's just a walkway. And it's,
So people are gonna be walking through that walkway with their kayaks right next to the basketball court?
but how often, I mean, think about the usage, like how, it's not gonna be a constant stream of kayaks in a basketball game, it's not a professional basketball game, it can pause, the kayak can wait.
Well, think about it like this, Eliana.
Wait, so how are
We're
we?
sitting here,
Right.
and this is the walkway.
Right, but my question is, how are you gonna prevent, if the kayak launch, for example, is gonna operate at different hours from the park?
It shouldn't, like,
Well,
that's,
people like to kayak real early in the morning, you know, and our park department is not gonna have to, you know what I mean? Like, my whole point to begin with was I'm okay with this kayak launch if residents want a kayak launch, but I wanted it completely separate access from the rest of the park. And you're saying you can access it from the basketball court?
No, because there's a fence at the end of the gate. Look over there where it says 5-foot kayak entry. Yes, thank you for pointing right there. You see that, from that point all the way to the water, that's an enclosed area that has nothing to do where the basketball court is. What they're saying is that there's no reason to put a fence from the beginning of the street all the way over there because it's a walkway. It's like
You don't think that people are gonna walk down with their kayak and turn around and be on the basketball court with their kayaks?
Why would they?
Why would they do
Because
that?
because that's what people do. I
Okay,
mean,
guys, let's let the presentation,
We think
please.
For the park experience, walking down, and for the basketball court, you do have to have a 5 or 6 foot separation, you know, from the out of bounds line.
Right.
Off. So that's gonna happen. That's almost, I think it's 8 feet wide. It's 8 feet wide.
So the out of
we
bounds
can't-
area from the basketball court is the kayak walkway?
Is part of the kayak walkway, but you can't access, you have to go through the fence where the building is to get into the kayak.
To get to the launch area?
Kayak proper space.
Okay, guys, we're never gonna get
Okay,
through this presentation.
I need to understand this,
Yeah,
so
you-
thanks.
I'd like to just say, so I was under the impression that it had the fence on the other side. I'm willing to see how this works, because you could always put a fence in later
Right.
if there's a problem.
That's
what I was saying.
That's my concern. I want to make sure that we can,
Okay, great.
yeah, but then
Please-
but we
please-
forgot the pool lights at the pool, and now we
please-
have no pool lights.
Okay, please keep going.
So kayak launch, more detail about that. By keeping everything under 500 square feet, we bypassed some permitting issues, so we've kept that in mind when we're designing this. And the civil engineers really has the experience with this and has designed it. So what you'll have a fixed platform, you know, this is on piles in the water. And then this is a gangway that as the tide goes up and down, you know, it kind of rolls at the end here onto the floating dock. The floating dock is attached to 2 piles, goes up and down with the tide. The ramp length is determined by the mean low tide, and the angle of it has to be ADA accessible. So this is a kind of an ADA ramp with rails on the side. And then the floating dock, this is kind of a standard the civil engineers used before. I'll show you some images.
Is that because it has to be less steep?
Yeah, like
The length, it's longer because it has to be less steep?
Right.
Why do you have to put it so far? I was kind of envisioning it being much closer to the building. Like, why is that U part not way closer to the building? Why do you have to have this long gangway?
To make it ADA accessible
It has to be
as a public
sloped
park.
very gently.
But it can't, what if you just launch just straight from that permanent part?
You're
It'd
gonna
be too high.
Yeah, you're gonna be way above the water. This ramp gets you down to the water level, and this is level with the water.
Well, and also remember that corner's right underneath the bridge.
Well, I'm not, I'm not a kayaker, so I just want to make sure that we're not like,
Yeah, but look
you
at
know.
the map and you'll see that
So-
particular corner is right by.
So
the
how many
bridge.
people can go on this kayak launch at a time?
1 or 2, like it's not a 50-person kayak launch. But the other option they showed us actually had a ramp this way and then the floating dock going back this way. But
Yeah, I
we've
like
heard-
that better.
But we've heard before, people didn't want to be too close to the bridge when they're launching for safety. There's boats coming there, you want to be kind of away from the bridge.
So that walkway, the walkway you're showing though is going to have railings on either side, so no one's gonna go fall into the rocks or anything like that?
Yes. And this final design, one caveat, is determined by, Durham is doing an underwater assessment along here now. We've requested it, they haven't started the process yet, we'll update you when we know something. but there were corals relocated here from Bal Harbor for their park project. Those are there, there's possible seagrasses, so whatever we find, whatever we're able to get permitted, this may have to move out a little bit. It may be able to be closer to the seawall, but in general, this is the idea. And these are kind of the launches. The materials will be probably an aluminum frame with a concrete base and the recycled plastic decking on top. Looking in this kind of range of colors to match the concept of the park. One question, this is kind of a full ADA transfer launch. That's something that's not required, but if the town really desires it, it's a little more difficult to get in there, difficult to maintain, et cetera. But if that's something that is desired by either the community or the town, if there's citizens that need that, it's something that's available.
Which is the?
So this bottom right one, you can see has kind of a transfer seat. It's really fully ADA usable. It's not required by code or anything, just the ramp is required to be ADA accessible. But that's something we want to show to you, and if there's feedback about that, we'll, look at it.
I think just the ramp being ADA is fine.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you, if you, I'm not sure that we need to go that route, but if
Okay.
we did, does that replace the ramp, or is that, how does that work?
That just replaces this is the floating piece you see at the bottom of the ramp.
You still have to get to that.
Yeah, you still.
So you still have the long ramp?
Yeah, that would just
so-
replace kind of this piece.
And is that something you could add in, like if we find that we need it, is it something you could add in later, or is it
I
gonna?
don't think so, because it's kind of a whole unit
What's
here.
the harm in just putting it in to begin with? What's the difference?
There's
more
a lot-
maintenance, she said.
there's more moving parts. It's on the salt water, like I would worry about the longevity of it. And it's a little more complicated, you see. If you don't need that, it makes it harder kind of to get in and out of the water.
Okay, I'm not a kayaker, so I don't know if there are disabled residents that require that in town. So that would be a town manager question, I guess?
Also is ADA accessible already without that piece.
Okay, so if.
So why
You just
add-
can't go kayaking. That's the difference. The difference is that's designed to help people in wheelchairs get into their kayaks.
Oh.
But we don't know the need for it at this
Exactly,
point,
so if that need arises, then I guess
I think
we'll
in the future, you could,
figure it out
in the
later.
future, you could replace this little piece, this piece at the bottom with something like this. And someone
I
still.
do want to make sure that we have, though, at the playgrounds, that we do have, they make swings for kids that have disabilities and things. I want to make sure that we have that.
Yeah, we have pieces of that. Okay, and speaking of the playground.
Excuse me, Commissioner, excuse me for getting in here. Jim McGinnis, your building official. Public amenities need to be accessible from the Florida Accessibility Code. Please plan on that. If it's a public amenity, someone in a wheelchair needs to be able to use that, please.
I thought it was I thought.
ADA already accessible.
Wait, I thought it was a private, wasn't the whole point of doing this is so that it's not a public kayak launch, correct? We're doing this in a way where we're not using the seawall, so it's just gonna be resident only.
Well,
That was the entire,
That's still public, though.
right, I mean, it's open
Again,
to the public of
That's
Surfside.
that's a legal issue, but go ahead,
Here-
please.
So
Go ahead, I
here,
think.
just to point out, the one that doesn't have all of the extra, there's still a bar here, there's still this safety kind of layer. This is still usable by someone in a wheelchair, they might just need help getting in and out.
Okay.
This one is designed for them to be able to do it with, by themselves.
Our staff will be on hand and they could help, our Parks and Rec staff, right, Tim? Okay.
No, keep going, please.
No, what?
We're running out of time.
Why can't you talk?
So, playgrounds, looking at other playgrounds in the area, you have your tot lot.
Yeah, but we don't have to talk about stuff.
There's the Bay Harbor Park, the Bay Harbor Islands tot lot, and then a lot of people have been bringing up the Alto Del Mar with the pirate ship park. Some of these very generic equipment, just primary color plastic, no theme to them. Some very themed, very kind of one idea for play, really. We want to find somewhere kind of in the middle. We want it to be custom to Surfside, but we don't want it to be super generic, and we don't want it to be overly themed. Our design values for the playground: open-ended play, universal kind of theme. People can relate to it. Accessibility as far as ADA accessibility, kind of nature-based. We talked about the sea creatures, the ocean. something challenging, because kids will get bored if they don't feel kind of a little bit of danger to it. Something that's gonna last a long time as far as the equipment, but also that a kid that lives here is gonna wanna go to when they're 2 until they're 12. They don't get bored of it. There's, different layers to it. We want it to be site-specific to the town. We want it to be whimsical because it is a playground. But where it's sited in the town, we also want it to not be, primary colored plastic, looking at coming over that bridge, something elegant, something even a little transparent to keep views to the water and into the park and across the park. So we presented to the Parks and Rec Committee kind of this rope-based play. They liked it, but they want more. They want rope-based plus some structures. So that's what you'll be seeing now.
Yeah, they have, I've been spending a lot of time in Denver, and you may want to look there because they have incredible parks there that are very nature, and the climbing wall
Right.
with the netting. I mean, phenomenal stuff that we don't see in South Florida. We see a lot of garbage, like the plasticky,
Right.
primary stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I touched on some of these already, but this kind of play really gives kids choices, sensory feedback, engages them in decision-making, and perceived risk is kind of a big piece of it. So we kind of did just some straight sketches, thinking what could that look like as far as our Surf Meets the Shore theme. And then what we do is we reach out to vendors for playground companies, and they kind of come back to us with proposals. A lot of them work custom, and they won't really give you a proposal until you choose them and give them a budget. So you won't see full proposals from everybody. Some of the ideas we looked at, starfish, wave forms, fish forms, jellyfish, things like that. So I'm going to show you 4 vendors, and I'm going to give you kind of differentiation between them. We're hoping to narrow down to 1 to move forward with after tonight.
So you can't combine vendors?
It's a nightmare, to put it mildly.
I do want to say though, for I have a son that plays on playground equipment all the time. The open slide thing is, I've seen the kids push each other off the sides and all that. The
Yeah.
ones that are covered, are always.
Yeah, but there's a certain height where safety rules, they have to be covered,
Right.
versus lower, they can be open. So there's all regulated.
I mean, we're in Florida, we're not in New York.
No, they're covered. They have to be covered, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if it's covered like that one in the bottom, that can get very hot in there.
We aren't gonna do any metal slides here. These are
Yeah.
just images to show, so. Compen is a vendor we really like. They are kind of a mid-range in the costs we're gonna show you. They can go fully custom and they can go partially custom. But the really great thing about them is they have options for both this kind of rope-based play and these wooden kind of play sculptures that we'll show you more of in some other companies.
Not real wood. We're not talking about wood that's gonna get splinters and fall apart.
Yes, I'll get into it.
Fake wood.
No, it's real wood, but I'll go over it.
Real wood doesn't last.
Yeah, we're never gonna get, this is a long presentation. So they have, like I said, they have kind of the rope forms, and then they have these play sculptures, which are wood-based. This company in particular was a little leery about putting one of their big wood sculptures right on the water here. We have another one that is confident in that. They did one right on St. Pete Pier, which is very popular and looks amazing. But this company, it would probably be mostly kind of the climbing and rope stuff with, traditional slides and platforms and things, and then some smaller wood elements. But you could get both with this one.
So that black piece there is like a slide on the green?
You climb up it or slide down it, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Berliner is another company we work with. We're doing a big park with them in Mid-Beach right now, at Miami Beach. This is kind of a custom jellyfish idea they came up with for us. These are some of their other projects. They are higher cost. They have some customization, but it's harder to get kind of full custom with them. But they're really the industry leader in this type of play. This is some sketches they put together, some ideas for this park as far as the jellyfish. They have some swings, a little kind of more twisty play thing.
I know that we have the turtle is our town thing. Did anyone float that one?
Yeah, we gave them that as an idea. These aren't fully fleshed out again. These are more the vendors and the type of stuff you could get from them.
But they can make this into like a turtle instead of a jellyfish.
You're not gonna get a tall climbing structure with a turtle. It'd be more something on the ground for the little kids probably.
Jellyfish are not actually 20 feet tall.
And this is in plan, kind of all the equipment that would fit into this space, just so you can see kind of, and this is a good point to talk about safety zones around play equipment. You can't pack everything in as tight as you can because depending on the height, they all have this kind of invisible line around them where you can't put a bench, you can't put a tree, you can't put another piece of equipment. Swings are kind of notorious for having the biggest footprint, so you often see them off by themselves at the edge of a park.
Are there gonna be swings?
Yes.
'Cause that's-
Swings and slides are definite, have to
Got
be. This is a company, the other kind of wood-based company, Earthscape. This is one of their pieces from their project in St. Pete. Their wood is, it is wood. It will have cracks as it ages, but they kind of put bolts through the ends of pieces where there's going to be structural issues. There's a 5 to 15-year guarantee based on the type of.
Can we not do
project.
wood? I feel like we're asking for problems.
You
It's-
cannot do wood. We're showing options for wood and not wood.
Okay.
Well, the
The
other
Parks
thing
and Rec
is you can
Committee liked
replace
this.
the wood too, which is nice.
You can replace
I imagine
anything.
you can replace it, right?
Yes, you can replace it, you can repair it.
How long does the wood last?
All of these companies have around 5 to 15-year warranties depending on
That's a
the
major
piece.
difference from 5
Yeah.
to 15.
Well, it depends on the piece. Like some of moving parts are usually 5, like steel poles, 15. So it depends.
So
it
kids
breaks
don't
up like
care
that.
about anything winning in art design. They want it to be fun and last a long time and not break. So I'd rather go with materials that are going to be lasting a long time than the wood stuff, which is going to have problems for sure in this environment. So let's be mindful of that.
So the points on this company, Earthscape, it is the highest cost we're showing, but this was something that the Parks and Rec Committee wanted to see more of, this kind of like climbing forms, the animal shapes, so we wanted to present this as an option. It is fully custom, so you kind of have to contract with them, and then they go through sketches like this to get to the final product. There is some maintenance as far as like painting the wood, if you could go with the stained products, and their focus really is on nature play here. No matter what company we go with, we really liked this idea by this dune hill that we have, like having this kind of wood climbing thing, kind of dune, beachy feel to it. They have the smaller things we can do with the wood. We don't have to go with a huge sculpture. There's your sea turtle. This is another one from the St. Pete project that's like a lifeguard tower slide. And then the last company, this is kind of the low-cost option. They have kind of a variety where they can do something fully custom like this, or off-the-shelf pieces. This kind of can look like seaweed and the climbing stuff. They do have a little bit of a shorter warranty, and they can customize the plan of the project.
Do these all get like a safety rating from some group?
Yeah, everything. America's super regulated as far as safety rating.
Right.
Can do that. So, I mean, if you need
Every
us in
meeting we
here-
go on, we're pushing the deadline. That deadline you saw before back, we're pushing it back a little bit. I'm not saying you have to pick one now, but if you pick one or two, or we're getting a sense now, I'm getting a sense that you don't want wood,
But that's
that from one
that's
vote.
one voice, so we need to hear everyone's
So we need to
voice.
hear everybody's vote about wood.
Well, the people with the little kids and the splinters and the questions.
But there's people with little kids on the Parks and Rec Committee that want it.
These vendors do things all around the world, and they are not there to get lawsuits
Okay.
and
Well,
give
guys,
give
listen.
splinters. So
Guys,
they're,
are
they're
you-
reputable, really, really high-end firms that guarantee and back up their product. So,
Barry.
but having said that,
Are you gonna finish your presentation? Are you done now? Is it over?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay, well, I
Okay.
was gonna say, you finish it, and then let's hear what the recommendation
Okay.
was.
Very good.
And then we'll talk.
Okay.
Yeah. Water play in the park has come up. We looked at the option of a splash pad here. We have a lot of reasons not to do that. We are saying if you want that, we would push for just misters. And I think we have support from the Parks and Rec Committee on misters from some people, but some people, they don't, want anything. It doesn't matter to them. The large splash pad, you're gonna attract non-residents. There's parking issues already. Kids can get soaked even if their parents don't want them to, or the park staff doesn't want them to. You're losing playground space to install this, basically.
We have a pool.
And yeah, there's a pool full of facility nearby, and they're expensive. Surfacing, we heard the community loud and clear that they wanted this poured-in-place rubber for the playground area, so that's what we're recommending there. We will do some simple patterns, kind of wave shape to sand color on there. We're not looking to do very intense designs in the playground, really let the equipment stand on top of it. The pathways, there's, limited kind of hard pathways through the park. And that we are proposing this concrete with the shell aggregate in it to fit the beach theme and
That's
be a
really
little higher
beautiful and
finish.
it's cool.
I love it, yeah.
And for the path to the kayak launch and in the shaded plaza underneath the big existing trees, we're proposing the stabilized coquina shell that we're using in other parks. It's similar to what you have on your walking path at the beach,
Is
but
that
it will have a stabilizing agent in it. So the very top layer gets loose, as it rains, it kind of rehardens and loosens up again. But underneath it gets very hard. And
Why
this is
not
good-
just use the same path that you showed us there with the corals? Why leave
Because
this like dirt?
That's hard concrete. You can't put that right up against those existing trees. And we were directed to do leads and site certification for this site. This is pervious, water goes through it.
Right.
It's
So
not
it
running
provides-
off.
It's a softer.
But then as time goes by, this is gonna start creating like puddles all over the place
No, it's
and stuff.
pervious, it will go through, and you do eventually have to replenish it, but it's years. This town has a lot of success with the path here at the beach. You don't wanna put hardscape all over your park. There's a lot of runoff issues and, yeah. It's limited just to that shaded plaza where there's chairs and possibly the exercise equipment under there.
I'm sorry, so you're gonna put this where you're putting the exercise equipment?
No, right under the exercise equipment, you have to have a fall-approved material, like the poured in place on the playground, because that also has safety rules for that.
Mhm.
So just under those pieces, right by the edge of the park, we are proposing to keep the engineered wood fiber that is kind of there now. It's the engineered mulch, to not have any kind of points, and it's a super size.
Why
that-
can't you just put like grass or something like that?
Grass is gonna be dead all the time from footsteps in that area, and it's too shady under those trees.
We may not have a fence.
We might not have that either.
What's the,
anyway.
but for example, in the
I
one
like
that
the
they have
fitness
over there on
equipment.
62nd Street, they have, like the same one that you put at the beginning. The one that had the different colors and all that.
You can have that, but.
Why
it-
this mulch? I mean, this is really not pretty, or, I mean, it's not even convenient. I mean, people, I think it's better to have a place where it's smooth and like they have on 62nd Street. If you look at their exercise equipment, they have it on the same kind of material that you put on the first slide of the flooring.
Okay, we hear your feedback.
Okay.
We're not recommending, this is the other options we want to show you. This is the bonded rubber mulch. We don't recommend this for environmental reasons and other reasons. And artificial grass, kind of came up, should the field be artificial grass or not? We again are not recommending this. There's a lot of points here, but the main one is there are microplastic pollutions from this. We're right on a waterway. It's just not environmentally responsible. And it gets really hot too for kids to
It
play
says
on.
there it's eligible for lead credit.
A lot of things are eligible for lead credits, but that doesn't mean that they're like perfect solutions.
If you read
Yeah,
if
the
you read the
cons.
cons, you see that it's not really a good idea.
So we're gonna do real grass on the field?
Yes.
Okay. We've had drainage issues in the past.
We're raising it a foot and we're redoing the drainage for the whole park, improving
Okay,
the
great.
drainage. Site furnishing. So these are some examples of what that exercise equipment could look like. There are smaller versions of these, these are kind of bigger. There's the kind of newer way to go, which is with these functional fitness clusters. Think kind of like CrossFit outdoors. And then, there's the more traditional where we can put a few of these pieces around. The big question that kind of came up with the Parks and Rec Committee is what age group are you targeting here? This is more for your senior citizens, if they kind of will use those more. If you want like the teens, you're gonna look at something like
I
this.
think it's a kids' park, and we've had issues in the past before.
Well, I think it should be a park for everyone.
Sure,
mean,
but we can't have
you
little
can't-
kids. The little kids can't work that other, it's dangerous when they work
Yeah,
that
but
other
you could put
equipment.
that area fenced in as they have on 62nd Street. They have the children's park, and then they have on the outside of the children's park, they have exercise equipment like the one you showed on the
It's
next
really-
slide.
The amount of room we have to put something is really not justifiable to fence it off. It will be just like a tiny little piece.
Wouldn't we be designing the park for kids?
Yeah,
And
yes.
kids as they grow a little bigger. So as the kids get to be sort of preteen and teens, I would think that we'd want to sort of gear and scale the exercise equipment for those kids.
Yeah, like
So-
more of teen, tween.
But,
type
you should
things.
make a park for everyone,
I
not
don't-
just for the
We
kids.
can do that somewhere
We have
else.
several elderly families here that never get anything other than the community center. And if they want to go enjoy a beautiful view by the canal, and do some exercise, I'd rather give it be multifunctional, not just for children, but
Sure.
for everyone
So
in
what
general.
about one of those CrossFit type thing that's for any age, that you were talking about?
It's not necessarily that they're not gonna use this or be able to use it. It's just
Right.
kind of typical usage.
These are kind of the things that they have along
I see an
the
old
beach
guy
path.
doing an exercise up there with
Yeah.
white hair.
It's like, they have these stations sort of,
I don't know.
if you walk along
Yeah.
the beach.
I like more the
in
other
the
ones with the
60s.
exercise, right?
Yeah,
Like
they're
the
very
next
popular.
slide.
They have the ones
when you
along
got
the
metal
two and
ones.
two. Yeah, the ones along the beach, when you walk along the beach in the
Right.
60s, there are some of these like CrossFit type stations
Right.
that are good for teens and also good for adults, and
okay.
everybody uses
You got
them.
it. You got the idea.
Right,
So-
and there's also the question of whether we want this or not, like,
Let's-
in this park.
I made note of the equipment I liked, and they are different vendors, but I also would like to see more, because I like the exercise equipment, but not the examples I saw.
Okay.
So I would like to, maybe I can take pictures of stuff I see, but I would like to see more selection. The design is beautiful, by the way.
Items that I gave you earlier that I got from the League of Cities, if you have them, so I can show them to Tina. I got these from when I went to the convention at the League of Cities, and they had several items here. Thank
Barry.
you. Here, let me show you.
Berliner.
Huh?
Berliner.
Good, now with them. Is that one of them?
Yes.
Is this who did it? Did you look it up? Did you just look up who did that park? At the Denver Outlet Mall? Yeah. Berlinger? Then done. We'll do that.
You have for the dogs, you have for
Okay.
the water bottles.
So that's what I want.
And these was.
I know wood.
Okay,
When they have like, they, at some parks, like in Fort Lauderdale near the thing, they have like an actual thing with exercise stuff that is always, my kids are always getting hurt on it because it's designed for adults. And it's like a little Stairmaster and a little spinning thing. That's not our market. That's not the clientele that we have in town or at the park. So we need something that can be used for all the ages to get a workout in if they'd like. That's not,
okay.
Okay, let's keep going.
So another option in the Shaded Plaza or having game tables, we got some feedback that this belongs more at the community center, but then, maybe maybe something like this, but having, well, used enough to be a permanent fixture, people could just play, bring their own things.
You're asking whether we should have tables, or what are you showing?
Specifically game tables.
Because that's a table.
Ping pong, this is with a checkerboard kind of built
Oh,
into it.
okay. Well, ping pong table is something we can always just put in. I mean, it doesn't have to be, right?
Yes, you can put it in later, but part of
Yeah.
our scope is to specify the furniture for the park and to include
Okay.
it as part of the
I think
budget.
Tim would have a good idea of what we need over there.
So, site furniture, we're just gonna show 2 vendors to give you an idea. You don't have to pick between these, we're just giving you an idea. Like, the idea is to have actually a lot of movable furniture that can be rearranged, put away, for events there, things like that. And to have it kind of be light and transparent, like we talked about the equipment and the space.
But it's all bolted?
No, in some places it will be bolted, like the benches around the playground will need to be bolted so they couldn't be moved close to the equipment, but in that shaded plaza, those will be kind of tables and chairs that could be moved.
Okay.
And stacked, and stored. And this is another vendor that has a similar feel called Metalco, with the movable stuff, some stuff will be fixed. There's the cool kind of like concrete shapes that look like starfish that could be put in the park in a couple places.
What are those things for?
They're benches,
Oh.
concrete benches.
Which one?
The starfish.
And then we were thinking a couple places near the water, maybe having something more kind of
On the right.
chasey, yes.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Lighting, this is the lighting we're looking at for the park, isn't, the park, our direction wasn't to light the park for like full night code, it's just kind of like some safety lighting along the path, some field lighting, but not for like regulation night play. So
Hold on, we do need the park to be open. If this is the mistake we made with the community center, is that people were like, they need lights, and now the community center has to close at like 5 o'clock, which means anyone who has a job can't go there after work. So we want to spend the money and whatever we need to do to make this park fully usable, whatever time we need to use it. Because we have Halloween events, we have all kinds of events there, so we need real lighting, not like a little bit of lighting.
Well, I think that you're saying there's gonna be real lighting. The question is will the field be lit?
yeah, and like, I mean, the RFQ and our direction wasn't to like fully light the whole park at night. So
Don't we need it lit, Tim, to do the events there? We don't need a park that we can't use after 5 o'clock in the winter.
Well, the idea is to have it lit enough to have those events like we do now. Right now, we have makeshift lighting on there, and we're able to produce those events.
Sure, but we don't want.
We don't want ball field lightings, is what I believe Kelly was articulating, was we don't have regulation baseball or football or soccer lighting
Oh, like
at
a
night.
big light.
Right,
Yes,
but we do
exactly.
want there to be lighting so we can use the park after 5 o'clock.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
we can work out.
What
with
does
Tim
that mean?
deep-
What does that mean, use the park?
People can play basketball and the kids, because it gets dark at like 5 o'clock.
Okay, well, so let's address that. So play basketball and maybe play soccer on the field?
Yeah.
Okay.
Use
so
the park.
Is the provision made for that?
We did not have kind of full basketball lighting, no, but I mean, that can be added, just know that it's above what we were showing.
Okay, well, let's see if there's a consensus for that. Is
We-
there a consensus for
We,
lighting
we're
the
spending
field
all
at
this
night?
money on the park and the
Okay,
problem.
Eliana, I'm asking the question, so just calm down.
Sure.
Is there how do you feel about the lighting for the field and the basketball court?
Well, I think that's really, it's dependent on the usage. I mean, the times I've been there for the Halloween event, you do need lighting.
Okay, but we're talking about, you either have lighting so you can play at night, or you don't. That's the question right now.
Right, okay, well, what we're hearing is that, I mean, right now, it's still daylight savings, so you don't
Okay.
need it, but you do need it in the winter
I
months.
think there were
Yeah.
three,
Yeah.
The winter,
I think there were
yes.
three that agreed that
Yeah, we need
there should be
lighting.
lighting. Okay,
I didn't disagree,
I know, but you don't.
If we
you're not
have to
giving us a
spend
straight
more
I am-
answer.
money on
I am
getting
giving a straight
lighting, then
answer. You're
that's
not
what it
listening.
is.
What's the answer?
She said she agrees, Charlie.
Okay,
But you know what? If we need to spend more money on getting the lighting that we need, then that's
Well,
what we have to
Okay.
do.
That
spend
that
more
would
money.
play into the operations
well,
of
look,
the park.
I think you guys just heard that we want to be able to play basketball at night and use the field at night, so.
And like the kayak launch?
No, the
No,
kayak launch is
kayak
not a
launch
night
is
thing,
not
no.
a
We're
night
not
thing.
kayaking by
You
night.
mentioned early morning, so we.
Sure, but
That
not,
would be park hours.
it's gonna be park hours,
is
right.
Kayak launch, yeah, you
Yes.
can't have that.
Yeah.
Which
But I guess, well, what are park hours?
dusk, until dawn till dusk.
Okay, well then,
Well, we
why
can
are
get
we-
long, because we can get longer, and that's what we should be doing. It's not fair that we close our facilities so early, like, I know the community center, we forgot to put the lighting in, so we can't be open.
Okay, well, hey, Eliana, let's see, Commission, is there a desire to be able to extend the hours of the park? Because if we're adding lighting, but we're not extending the hours at the park, we're not accomplishing anything.
I would defer to our Park and Recs director, but I think though, if you wanted to have the hours consistent, then you would keep
Okay.
the hours
Why
in the
don't- Tim,
wintertime that you have in the
why don't you
summertime, so
give
you
us
would need lighting.
A recommendation on that
Yeah, we need
particular issue,
lighting.
and then we'll give you our opinion.
Well, Commissioner Salzauer, the way we operate now, we do run into dark when it's actually dark, but the park isn't open to the full public. We're doing soccer and/or flag football or,
Not
you know,
in the
our
dark-
special
not
events.
in the dark, though.
Not in the dark, no. The minimal lighting we have out there is
No, no, but the
sufficient for
question-
events.
The question the vice mayor put to you was, what's your opinion on having light after dark?
Any option to have lighting is excellent because
Okay.
it gives you the option.
All right.
Okay, exactly.
All right, well.
It doesn't limit
so,
us.
All right, so there, I just heard everybody agrees. Let's explore that and let's see what that looks like. Okay, let's keep going.
I'm going to flip through these. This is planting. This is what you have existing, some proposed small trees, flowering trees. We're going to have some palms in there, and then we're kind of trying to bring in the dune planting, but the issue is we have a very shady park, so it's hard to grow some of those grasses and things. We'll have some.
Purple stuff is really
Yeah,
nice.
can we get something with color? That's what I was thinking. The purple stuff's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have some
Because,
flowering
you know,
things in there.
that in itself, that just adds another flavor.
Right.
And you guys are very sensitive to that stuff. Those
Yeah,
little
but think-
touches make all the difference in the world. People drive by and it's like, hey, that is a cool park. Look at that.
Right.
They've got some cool stuff in there.
But wait a minute, you're first saying that the kids are gonna trample all over the place, and now you wanna put some beautiful
Well, no. You
colorful
obviously need to put it. you
plants
need to
in
put it-
there that the kids are just gonna completely destroy. I mean,
Not
I
necessarily.
think that's defeating the point.
No, I don't
there's-
think, they're not gonna put plants where the kids are gonna destroy it, are you?
Well,
What
where
we
is
put-
that? This
well,
is a, and you
ask-
wanna say it's a kiddie
ask-
park?
a-
I mean,
Well, it's not gonna be a dune.
There's
you know.
areas on the edges. There's a lot of things that are colorful and also hardy for, you know, we design playgrounds. We also design planting. We know where to put where. and
Thank you. Okay,
there's-
let's keep going. I think we made our point. Again, lots of beautiful
Yeah.
options there.
Right.
You know, where you can place them where the kids won't run over them, but will enhance the beauty of the park.
She'll pick all the flowers off.
The building, you know, Bill, do you want to come
Gary, I
up?
thought the building was gonna be yellow.
So the development that's happened with the building since you last saw it has mostly been things that aren't like super exciting to present, like working with the structural engineers, the MEP engineers, a little bit of kind of like increasing storage space, reworking the building footprint a little, so we're not gonna spend a ton of time on that.
Okay, I'm gonna say one more thing. The LK water fountains that they have like at airports, we need the nice water fountains that fill the water bottles and have the water things.
Yes, we plan
No,
on
not like that.
chill.
It goes against the wall.
For the dogs.
You can't have dogs in the park. You're not allowed to have dogs in the park.
Anyway, a lot of those are for indoor use only, so they're a little bit hardier looking for the ones that are outside, but we plan on having chilled bottle filler
But look,
water fountain.
if you can
Yeah.
make your water fountains fun,
Okay.
right? I mean, every little piece you're putting in
Yeah.
there, if
Right.
it can be fun and cool
You know what
and
I'm talking about? The
different.
LK ones at the
I
airport?
understand, but those don't work outside, so we have to use a little bit different version that doesn't
Okay,
look quite
whatever
like
kind
that.
of version, as long as we can fill
What
water
is the
bottles.
kind you're talking about at the airport?
When you go to the airports, it's like I have pictures of it, actually.
Like the ones that they have in the school.
Is it, what?
Well, listen, even if what she's talking about can't go outside, you could probably put it undercover, right?
I mean, I'm just saying there's other brands and versions
Whatever,
that
I'm
don't
just
look
saying,
exactly.
yeah,
A
right.
chilled water bottle filler water fountain,
Okay,
yes.
okay, good, let's keep going.
Bill. So we're not gonna spend a lot of time on the architecture. It hasn't changed much since you saw it. Bill's gonna walk through. We'll show you kind of some solar panel, what that would look like, and some materials as well.
Hi. So the building really hasn't changed that much in the design. And we have been looking at, here's the floor plan, ground floor. You know, you can see your office, your restrooms. We had spoken at one time about doors. We're not doing doors in the restrooms.
Good.
Yeah, we're gonna just have a big gate, and then, you know, you can go to either side.
But you
We'll
gotta
have-
make it clear what side is what, right? Picture of a boy and a picture of a girl or something?
We'll try to do that.
If you're gonna
We'll
have a
signage.
family, there needs to be a family restroom as well?
We don't have one in this particular design.
We need, okay, we need a family restroom, that's a deal breaker.
Yeah.
It's inside
We do have something on the second floor, but it's not really,
We need a family, you need a family restroom, there
Yeah.
are,
Family restrooms are actually a little bit out of favor in public parks because they consider them actually a little dangerous. People pulling, that's why a lot of places are going to this kind of open plan, because they can pull a kid in, lock the door, et cetera. They're not very much used out in public parks anymore.
you really do.
so what do you do with a kid who, you know, the mom needs to take the boy to the bathroom, or, you know?
I think I think you can get away with that in a park like this. You don't, I think that having a door where you're closing it is unsafe.
What about, changing tables, can we have those in the
We'll have
bathroom?
them, we have them in
In
both
both?
restrooms, yeah. I mean, if a mom has to take a kid into a bath, I don't think it's gonna be a big deal.
Is that a fold-down sort of table?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, in each restroom, you'll have that opportunity.
Okay, and there is, inside the building, is there an option if there's a special needs child that's older,
We
that the kid
do.
needs to take the kids to the
Yeah,
bathroom?
we have on the second floor. That's the only issue, though, is the second floor is not necessarily going to be open to the public, that room, the community room. So, you know, I think right
Someone will have to
now,
let that person in specially.
I mean, there's ADA bathrooms on this floor.
yeah, these are all ADA
All right, let's keep going.
rooms.
Okay,
Yeah.
and the other thing, I just wanted to remind you guys that we have a lot of Sabbath observers, so when you
Mm.
do the fixtures, it can't be, you know, like the kind that you can't use on Sabbath. So it can't be the electronic, automatic, you know, you gotta figure out what you can put in there.
Okay.
Like, you can't use the, yeah, there's like rules of, I know, it's a lot, I can explain to you afterwards.
Yeah, we'll come to that, for sure. Second floor, here's
Wait,
your.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Stop, guys. The plumbing fixtures in your park recommendation are standard, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yes, yes.
Do we have special facilities in Surfside as opposed to Miami Beach or Sunny Isles?
No.
Okay, so you guys are on top of what should be in
Yeah.
there? Well, thank you. Keep going, please.
Do
Okay,
those-
Eliana, that's
sorry,
it.
one more question. You know those super hand dryers? So we're not gonna use paper all over the place?
No, we're not. We're gonna be using the actual hand dryers.
The ones that are Dyson or something,
Yeah,
they're like
there's a
amazing.
V-shaped one
Yeah,
that
yeah,
we
okay,
like
great.
to use.
Please.
Yeah, not the one you do this, but the V shape is better. So you have here your community room. We'll be using a flooring. Remember, we're talking about using some kind of mat, like a rubberized mat for things like yoga, et cetera. We have two means of egress. We have the two stairs. We have an elevator for the building, the storage, and we have a restroom on that second floor too. Here's our roof.
One more quick question. The flooring for the rooms is gonna be like the kind of sprungy, bouncy for programming and
Yeah, we'd like to have
stuff?
something like that.
Okay.
We'll give you some options on the flooring. What were your thoughts on that?
Because we're gonna have programming in there that'll be like
Yeah,
aerobics
that's
classes
what
or
I'm
yoga
wondering.
classes or dance classes or,
So we have bi-weekly meetings with Tim and his team and some of the other people, and we are going through all of these little details with the Parks Department, and we'll probably show like final designs to the Parks and Recs Committee one more time. But it's all, we're not working in a vacuum without talking to the Parks Department and all these little details.
Okay, you've
Okay.
addressed her issue. Please keep going.
Okay, roof plan. Here we have a section through the building, and you can see where we're incorporating some solar panels. That's going to be one of our lead components. And you can see through the building here. Elevations, again, we're just developing this at this point with the engineers. Another elevation. We have some renderings. This looking towards the park. You know, this is going to be the view from the basketball courts. This is
So
from
you don't see the
95th
ADA
Street.
ramp there from the basketball courts? No.
No.
That's coming later.
Right.
It is there. You go back one slide? Yeah, it's there.
You kind of see it very faintly.
Very
Oh,
good.
yeah, I
Right.
can see it. You can see the little slight thing
Yeah.
going up. Yeah,
Okay.
you
Yeah.
probably just needed to add the railing there so it was easy.
This is facing 95th Street. And then this is facing the water.
The stairs aren't gonna be there. We didn't, this wasn't updated, but what I showed you before, where it's kind of the drop off there.
These are some finishes that we're looking at for the ground floor, the open terrace, terrazzo. We're looking at some shell aggregates. We are also looking at possibly on that back facade
Go back to
here.
that, go back to the floors for a second, please.
Sure.
So this will be on the terrace around the outside of the building?
Yes, the whole ground level.
Okay, the terrazzo is kind of, you know, that aggregate thing is really nice though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The terrazzo makes it, you start to feel like it's a bathroom too.
Right.
Where if you put those shells in there, you start to,
We don't want it slippery.
no, and you
No.
continue with the theme, which is
Right.
nice.
I like the
Yeah.
bottom one too.
Yeah, I think they're looking at the shell aggregate for the walkways too.
Yeah.
And
Is it real shells too? They grind them down?
yeah, they
which
put it
is
into
really
the
cool.
concrete and then they.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Actually, the
Be
image
sh-
though.
Not gonna be shiny and slippery or anything like that, right?
No,
Okay.
you can see on that, the facade, that was from South Point Park.
Okay.
And it's basically concrete, it is, but it has shell in it. So it
How
has some
much
character.
longer do you guys have? Okay, all right, so
Yeah.
let's,
This is where we're looking at the screen, probably. We have to look into that material. We're not sure how we're gonna execute it yet, but it'll be something that'll be attached.
how's that
and
gonna hold up
sculptural.
over the years too? You
Well,
know,
that's gonna be
is that
one of the things.
precast?
We're not sure yet.
So
It's
if
something
it's
I have to
precast and
research.
it's gonna start to crack and.
No,
you know-
no, we want something that's gonna last for a long time.
I don't know what kind of material you can get, but.
Yeah, well, carbon fiber, something like that. We'll find some
All
kind
right.
of way of fabricating
Yeah.
this. We want something sculptural. So it's something that still has to be researched, looked into. You know, we're looking at that color, that turquoise, blue, and some tile. And these are some of the considerations regarding the railing. On the top, we have a woven wire mesh that we would use as south point. Below that, we have a glass panel. The concern with the glass was maybe kids touching it and getting dirty or having to keep it clean. And then the third option would be these vertical cables that would be, kind of give you still the transparency
They
that the
rust,
glass
don't
would.
they?
Those are gross.
They rust.
Those are nasty.
Yeah, you can get them stainless steel.
Barry, do they rust? They will not rust?
Right.
I like the glass.
The glass is.
The glass is,
probably better.
I like the glass the best.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like the
And
glass.
then you get a see-through.
Right.
You know, you get. to
And
see
can you
the
put a
bigger-
tint into that glass to get that little green tint like you have in your?
I don't know if we'd want that. I
No?
think that, yeah, I think if
wanna see
anything,
the
just
water.
very clear,
Yeah, you
I
want
think, I think the glass will be nice.
right.
I like the glass, but it does have to be kept clean.
It's all right, we got staff.
If it's not clean, it's not, you know.
Well, they can.
I want to
clean it
shine
every
like the
day.
top of the
The
Chrysler
woven
building.
wire mesh is nice.
The
I mean,
wire mesh
we
is-
probably we'll have some tinting on the building in order to get the LEED certification. And I think we'll also be working with some window treatment also, so that we have solar shading on the interior. So that'll be part of the design as well.
That's why sometimes within the glass, it's not tinted necessarily, but it's got a shade, just a ever so slight sort of.
Yeah, we need that tint to get our energy efficiency.
right.
Certainly on the building, but the exterior of the building, the outside rails, we can do clear.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be impact resistant, et cetera.
All right,
Here's the, back to Kelly.
all right,
So
thank
what
you.
was the name of that design company that did the playground in Denver?
Berliner.
Berliner?
Berliner, yeah.
Okay, that looks spectacular. Which one of the options was that one
We
you
just,
showed
we
us?
just went to their factory over in Germany.
So which of the ones that you showed us before
It was
that
the one that they had done like a full plan with a lot of the blue pieces.
Okay, well, let's do this, because we're not picking that tonight,
Yeah.
but are we gonna hear what the Parks and Rec?
What do you mean we're
Rec-
not picking? That's.
Well,
I thought we were picking
well,
it
I'm just saying,
tonight.
we're getting a recommendation right now.
What?
I thought you wanted us to
Are-
pick a
I
company.
thought you wanted us to pick some of these items. It's not just a recommendation.
But
if
we
you- if
we
you
wanna,
could-
don't we wanna hear what the Parks and Rec recommended first?
Well, they're supposed to talk right now.
Okay, well, good. Let's hear from them.
So the first thing I want you guys to know, and maybe you guys should visit a park that Barry has done, because a lot of the questions you're asking sound a little redundant, and you need to have a little bit more confidence in them. And as the Park and Rec Committee, we do. We like the Berliner, we like the Earthscape one, but they both work. I mean, it's over in St. Pete. Nobody's gonna have a park in St. Pete with splinters coming out. So I think we gotta get some of this stuff off the table. This is what they do.
So what did you guys?
So we liked the more earthyscape thing, but we also liked the Berliner. We were kind of on both sides.
All right, I like
and
Berliner.
so that was an option.
Can we see which one is the Berliner?
That was the jellyfish.
The jellyfish,
That was the
okay.
jellyfish. The other one was the Kraken, which when shown to children, they liked the Kraken.
Yeah.
The
but
Kraken, which
the
was the
Kraken was the
Kraken?
low one with the wood that's in St.
The manatee?
No, there was a Kraken.
You don't want a
can show me
Kraken.
Can you show us that one?
Release the Kraken?
Yep.
No. No
She's
thanks.
coming back to the Kraken. There. Ooh, that's
On the Kraken, I like the jellyfish.
Right.
This is the, okay, so this is the.
That's compound.
Compound, okay.
Which one
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. I
Wait
like
a
the
minute.
jellyfish on that one, yeah.
I like this manatee.
Which is the Berliner?
This
Yeah,
is
that
there.
one.
Berliner.
That's good.
Which is the
Yeah,
Kraken?
this is nice.
The Kraken's coming up.
Berliner's the nice one.
Yeah, well, I think there's no
That's the Kraken.
question. Which is the Kraken?
See him in the corner?
No, we
No.
like the Berliner.
The
No,
Kraken is
Berliner.
cool.
This one piece would be your entire playground budget, so just so you
Oh, so no, show us the Berliner
What do you
again.
mean, out of $4 million, we only have 300 for the playground?
Can we see the Berliner one
Yeah.
again?
We have about
What?
400,000, including installation and everything. You
Can-
can raise that, but that's why we are showing a
Okay.
range of prices.
Okay, but Retta, what do you
So,
guys recommend?
We liked both of these, and Barry would have to move forward looking at it, but all of us thought we didn't want something that we wanted it multifunctional.
Yeah.
So it's got to have a lot of different elements, because we don't have a lot of space.
I like the Berliner, because I've seen what they made in Denver, and how
Okay,
spectacular. it
again, you
is.
said that 6 times.
I
and
know, but I'm.
I know, but
I just showed
again,
you the, you're the only one that's seen the video.
here's the question. The question is tonight, what do you need from the commission?
To approve as much of this as they can, as you can.
Oh, I'd like to hear from Barry.
Well, a first choice for the playground, or, we seem to be hearing from one commissioner, the Berliner.
Well, I know,
We love-
she said that 6 times. I got her.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
So I just
Yeah,
want,
but I'd
I
like to
just,
see something like this.
That's what it is. This is Berliner.
I understand,
Okay.
but that
Can you have them do
particular
something
piece.
like this?
I want you all to
Barry,
know
can you
one thing.
tell us what you want from
I want
us
you all to know
tonight?
one thing. When we went to the Berliner place in Germany, they go way back a couple hundred years. There used to be an elevator company. All the playground companies you're looking at, and almost all playground companies in the world, use Berliner as their ropes. They are the industry standard.
Great.
So we can combine Berliner with a couple other Berliner structures like the ones over at the Premium Outlet, and we can come up with some kind of design like that. As Kelly said, it gets more complex when we start
But can you get
combining
Can you
vendors.
get the octopus and the Kraken?
We'll talk to them.
That's not an octopus, that's a jellyfish.
I think the jelly.
Can you make it
Yeah, right,
instead of a
jellyfish.
Let's just call
But
them
wait,
sea
instead of
life,
a jellyfish, can you make it a turtle?
Yes.
That's what I'd like it to be.
Instead of the jellyfish, we
you
would
make it
just
a
like a
turtle?
turtle, a sea turtle.
Well, hey, you know what I think?
Could I say the
Let's
ones I
just
like? I looked at
let
the
them do
presentation.
what
Okay,
they
listen,
do.
we're gonna go one at a time. Hold on, where's my gavel? All right, guys, here we go.
Oh my God.
All right,
I think
let's
that
get
we
let's
should
get one at a
let-
time.
Yeah, I think we should let Barry and
Yeah,
the Barry and his team and the playground teams come up with it. We can have little turtles that we can sit on, but turtles aren't like fun. They're slow. So we need
Hey, have you seen
exciting.
Finding Nemo?
Okay,
we
come on,
need
come on,
exciting.
let's-
We need exciting sea,
Okay,
sea
bring
life.
this- bring
now
this-
the other thing, we all liked the fencing with the 10-foot netting. We were very much in favor of that. We liked how they did it. We liked the flooring, but also, I spent a lot of years at the park as a soccer mom. I would have liked a piece of equipment to maybe do a pull-up on once in a while instead of just standing around. So we didn't want the park, as Nellie said, just to be for kids. We want, if the parents are there and their kids are playing soccer, and you can do that, or there could be a Pilates class upstairs. So we want you guys to stop thinking about it, What it sounds like what you're thinking is, here's 96th Street, we're going to retrofit it. No, we want to innovate, transform, and make it
So one
a
of
part.
those one of those pieces like you see along 60-something street where you can do pull-ups and you can do all that stuff, something
But don't,
like that?
don't
Okay.
let them find the piece.
Guys, okay,
We just
I-
want to say, is
Got
it
it.
an option? But
I'm going
don't
to do this
pigeonhole.
democratically.
Okay.
I'm going to give each commissioner a minute, okay, to respond and give you their input, okay? Is there anything else that you want from this commission tonight, Barry? Retta? I mean, what do you guys, I want to be clear, because I'm going to ask each commissioner to talk for a minute, and then we're going to be done, okay? But tell us what you want from us. Oh, yeah, yes. Oh, that's cool. That looks like the Kraken thing. Okay, cool.
Well, so as Barry said, he needed direction on the equipment that you wanted, if there's something that you didn't like. As far as the lighting's concerned, yes, we want lighting, but we don't want massive lighting, and the thing is, the lights can be turned off.
Correct.
So in the winter, when we need it for soccer that's late, or Halloween, or whatever, we can do it, but we don't want the
Well,
neighbors
you
to think we're
probably
gonna be
want-
blazing a light in their eyes all
Retta,
night.
you probably want ambient lighting, some sort of lighting that you can adjust to.
Right.
Okay, so let's hear from we've got some people that want to speak.
I think
How-
we need to extend the meeting.
Well, we're gonna, okay, let me ask you,
But it's
how many
11
people want to
o'clock.
speak about the parks? 2? Okay, then go ahead.
Janice Tatum, 8867 Froud Avenue. I just want to say I am on the Parks and Rec Committee, and I agree with everything that's been said, but really as part of this process, the biggest thing for me has been how much Savino Miller's gained my trust. And I know I didn't have a strong feeling on the playground. I trust them. I trust them with these details, and they've earned my trust through this process. I didn't go into it just loving on them, but I've seen how receptive they've been to our questions, to our issues. They take notes, they jot down everything we say, everything we bring up, and then they change it, or they do as we ask. And so I think, take it from me, I think you guys can trust them also to make these decisions.
I've been doing this too long to trust anybody, sorry.
Next.
Wait a
Okay.
minute, we need to extend this meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
I make a motion to extend the meeting.
For
how long?
half an hour?
Half an hour.
Half an hour, sure.
Half an hour.
Okay, any
Thank you.
objection?
I
No objection.
second her motion.
Go ahead.
Joshua FC 9317 Bay Drive. I must say, I hope SNL has people who are watching stuff, because this is, I don't know what we're doing over here. Just going forward, just kind of a recommendation, can we just get, them tell us what we have to decide on? Get a list, 1 through 5. 1, this is the recommendation. 2, this is the recommendation. I don't know where we are. We've gone in circles, same thing over and over. God, stop repeating the same thing, Mom. I don't know what you're saying.
I have a question for you. How
Okay,
did you
hold
like
on,
the playground in Denver?
guys, go, come on, let's stay focused, go ahead.
Okay, so I do obviously trust them. I forgot the name of it.
The playground you went to in Denver.
Yeah, that one, the one, yeah, that one. Just come up with the process and do something efficiently. I want to go home. I think everyone wants to go home. I don't know what we've done. I don't know where we've gone. I can also say I don't think wood's a great idea. I think plastic and all, whatever that's made out of, probably a better idea. I don't know much about wood, but it just doesn't sound, common sense tells me it's not the best idea right next to water. Come with the process, finish this meeting, decide something. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, we're gonna go around, oh yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Jeff Rose, 851 Froud Avenue. Trust your experts, trust your Parks and Rec Committee, trust them, move this thing forward so we can get it done as soon as possible, hopefully before your election. Thank you.
Okay, but they're giving us
Okay,
options that
guys.
we need to pick. And
Okay, look
it's
at-
not just trusting, it's
Commissioners,
picking something.
everybody's gonna get a minute. Eliana, you start, okay? Go ahead.
Okay.
Tell us what you want.
Wait,
Okay.
can we say one more thing?
Yeah.
You asked about one
Just trying to
question.
tie this thing up, so.
We'll figure out the playground equipment.
I know you will.
Thanks to the committee, for
I know
saying
you
what
will.
said. Budget is a big ask. That's the question. How much, you're
Okay, well,
saying,
let's,
wow?
Barry, let's hear what they want first. Okay, let's hear what they want, and then we'll go around one more time, we'll talk about the budget, okay? I just want to kind of get everybody on the record. Go ahead, Eliana.
Okay, so like I said, I've been in Denver with my kids, and those playgrounds are spectacular, and all they ever say is, why don't we have anything like that in Surfside? And I say, I don't know, I'll see if I can get you that. So, of course, my kids will be in college before this is ready anyway, but this Berliner one, the one that was at this Denver outlet mall, was spectacular. Like, if we had something similar to that, I feel like every child in town would just feel like they'd won the lottery. I think everyone would be happy with that. So, you know, the Berliner, I guess if they're the ones that did that, then that would be where I would go with that. I'm also happy with the fencing. I know I was big on the fencing. I think that that is, thank you very much for coming up with that. It's not that I don't trust you. I just know that when I trusted that the community center would have lights, it didn't. And I trusted the hot tub would work, and it doesn't half the time. So that's just my reason why and the park, both my kids grew up there, so it really is important. Oh, and sorry, one more thing. The exercise equipment question, I do agree with Rhoda, but what I would like to see is one piece that has the different things on it, as opposed to the separate things that just look like they fell out of the sky like mushrooms.
Okay, I like the Berliner. I like what you showed us in the picture. I also like the Kraken. Kraken, is it called?
Yes.
Okay. I would rather it be more of a piece like the manatee or something to that nature. I like those two items. The flooring, I definitely do not like that dirt kind of thing that you're proposing. I'd rather it be like the colorful floor that you proposed at the beginning, more of that throughout the park. Because my biggest thing on that is I think it's going to be water getting stuck there as it is on the hard pack, because that does happen there. Every time it rains, there's puddles all over the place. So I don't really want to see that in the park. What is the other? Oh, the exercise equipment. I definitely think that the park needs to be for everyone, not just for the little ones, for the teens, but also for our seniors. And I'd rather see like things like what we saw here in this flyer, where you have different types of equipment, not so much like the monkey bar type of thing that you put there. And I definitely would like to see a mister in there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to compliment the design and the concept. I really liked how you joined the park with the beach and having that whole Surfside experience. What I liked, I didn't make note of everything I liked. Actually, on the hardscape surface, I did like the stabilized Corvina shell until I found out it is what we have on the hard pack. That might be problematic. So I do trust your recommendations on the equipment. I like the jellyfish by Compan. I like the fish and turtles by Earthscape. It was the second page of theirs. And I liked the fish by Dynamo. So, basically I'm good with what Park and Recs recommends and what you recommend to them, because, and I do like the exercise equipment for adults. I like the fact that the park would be for everybody. We don't need a lot of it, just one or two things, And so, yeah, I think this is a great step. We're on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry, I think you guys have done a great job. Retta, thank you for everything you've done. Obviously, Tim, thank you for everything you've done. You guys have been working really hard. I love the idea that we're going to get, as a preservationist, I love the idea that we're going to get some beautiful colors and history, and the Kraken is great. The Berliner thing is great. I hope we can get that, and we'll talk about the budget in a minute. I think the lighting is really important. I think it's going to be very cool not to have too much light generally, but just enough light to where it feels good. It doesn't feel like you're walking into a hospital or a kitchen. It feels like you're walking into a warm park at night, right? You understand what that is. I think that the ability for us to shift gears and have light at night, so Tim can have a special event and turn on the basketball court and turn on the field and do that once in a while, is a great option too. So I think you're on the right track. I trust what you're doing, and I thank you very much for that. No. So anyway, now let's talk about what do you need from us on budget?
Yeah, money should not be a problem here.
Okay, well, let Barry tell us what.
Absolutely not.
I make a motion for my son to go home and do his homework.
Tell us.
Well,
Barry.
in short, we're going to be working with the Parks and Rec Committee and Tim.
Good.
And we're going to we're right now at about 4.2 million all in, including the lead, The lead adds a lot of money going silver, and certification commissioning process.
Well, listen, once we
As
get all
Mr.
that,
McGinnis will
can't
tell
we
you.
value engineer it after that?
Yes, yes. we're
Wait
very
a
good.
minute, so you're telling me you're at $4.2 million and you're only setting aside 400 for the most important part of the park?
Well,
I'm
that's-
a little shocked on that one.
It's actually, I think it's 450, and we got to work out with the playground and all the other things that we're doing with the building. The building is also $1.8 million of that, of that 4.2.
Okay, guys,
45%.
I think
so
you-
we got to value engineer, and we'll get it
Right.
down. But you have to start thinking as the most important piece. That might be the one we're doing right now at Par 3 is $800,000. It's not that big. It's not that much bigger than this one.
Okay.
So they can run very, very expensive if you're willing to look at it. We can VE.
That's why we want
Other
the stuff to
places.
last a really long
Okay,
time.
so you work with the Parks and Rec.
I don't mind spending
You
more
work with
money.
Tim, you do the best you can, and you come back to us and you give us options.
Right.
That's what we need.
With the warranty, we want the 15-year, not a 5-year.
Okay, Barry, thank you very much.
Thank you,
All
guys.
right,
And not
guys,
only that, this town
congratulations.
has
Thanks,
been
Tim.
waiting for
Okay,
this.
next
for-
item.
Can I say one
We need to
thing?
vote on this.
Yes,
What
we
are
have
you
to
voting
vote
on?
on this. Yes, don't we have to approve this?
Yes, there's a resolution.
Yes,
Okay.
it's a
Was
resolution.
was
Thank
there a
you.
motion
Thank you,
made before
Tina.
they started?
No, I
No,
make a
there
motion
wasn't.
to approve this resolution.
Subject
With
to
this-
the
with
conversations
conversations that we made today.
and that they come back with
Well,
the
no,
price?
they're not gonna come
They have
back.
to come
Are
back
you
with the
coming back
price.
with the
Price.
price, or how is this working?
Yes, they got to value and they got to get, first of all, we got to figure out what we want in the park.
Well,
They've
we
got to put a
already-
number to it and then they got to come back to us.
Oh, boy.
Well, our schedule and our scope of doesn't really have us coming back until bid
Yeah.
time
Exactly.
with you. We're going to be working with the Parks Department and the Parks and Recs Committee to go over all the materialities, all the costs, all the value engineering, so that we get it into a budget that's acceptable. I'm sure they're going to have communication.
But nothing gets done until this
Okay.
commission approves it, right? We're
Right.
going to have the last look.
Of course.
You're gonna look at the Playground equipment and the Berliner, whatever it is. You're gonna come back to the committee.
Again, nine times we've said that tonight.
I'm
Okay.
Yeah,
just
but
trying
we're
to
approving
There's
this
a-
resolution
right,
tonight.
Right, there's a motion and there's a
Okay.
second.
Okay, yeah.
Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor, you seconded the motion?
And they may say,
Yes.
we're going to go back. Yeah, they'll let-
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Salazar?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul?
Yes.
Mayor Burkett?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you very
great.
much.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're up to item CC, which is these,
No, Mayor, we have item 5A.
5A is very important to our residents.
Yes, 5A is the study,
Okay.
the traffic study.
Yeah.
okay.
Mayor,
And
may I
this-
read the title of the
yeah,
resolution?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving a purchase order to the Corradino Group, Inc. to perform traffic engineering services for the 88th Street Corridor Multi-Way Stop warrant study pursuant to the continuing service agreement for the professional engineering services, authorizing the expenditure of funds, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date, item 5A.
Okay, is there a motion
I
to
want to
approve
make a
that?
motion to approve this, but I have a question.
Is there a second?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Is
I'll
there a
second
second?
it.
Okay,
Yes.
discussion, go ahead.
I'd like this to be like an all-town study, yes, so we can figure out like all areas where we have traffic problems, Byron Avenue. Would this be part of the closing of Byron Avenue and Bay Drive?
Now, this is just for one street
I
and
know,
one
but
side.
can we expand this?
Just
Because
this one street costs like
Okay, well,
20
listen,
grand.
for
I
my
know, but
benefit,
if we need to be closing the rest of our town, this is the time to do this.
okay, no,
Okay, so then come back
wait a minute,
next
no,
meeting with the
they
separate
don't have to
one.
come back next meeting. First of all, I want to understand what this is for and how much it is.
Thank you. If I may, real quick, I'm going to turn it over to Eric with Corradino. He's our transportation engineer. This is specifically to deal with getting the town in compliance with our non-compliance issue with the county, the fact that we don't have the permit to put those street signs back in that the commission voted in a month or two or three or four ago. That's all that this is specifically, because we are obviously, as you know, non-compliant with the county ordinance, and this is just to go through the study so that we can apply for the permit and get
Got
those
it, okay, I
legal.
got it. So
That's
this is to solve, hold on a second, please. This is to solve the stop sign problem only.
Okay. But
You
can
know,
we come back later
No,
with
we don't have
another?
to, first of all, why wouldn't we solve the why wouldn't we do everything in one shot? I mean, where did this come from? Who proposed this?
I don't
Kessel?
know, they did.
This comes from staff.
Oh, this comes from staff.
Yeah.
This is from staff.
Okay, so I'm looking at the first one here that says Kessel.
No,
That's the
another
parking.
story.
Yeah.
Mayor,
5A.
5A.
No,
Yeah, so,
this one, Charlie,
yeah,
right here.
I got it. So that is, I agree with Nellie, and I appreciate what you're doing here, because obviously we, right now, the stop signs are there. So, the issue about safety has been addressed. And I don't know that we have to rush this and hurry up while we probably could sit and do a lot more at the same time.
Well,
This just has a time, this just has a timeline with the county. We're not sure how they're gonna react. They're pushing us a little bit on this. It was promised back before COVID. It was stopped because of COVID. Now it's coming back, and they've been waiting on it because we put the stop signs in. They made us take them out. Now we put them back in, and they want to take them out. So this is gonna help
All
solidify.
right, well,
the
we
fact
put them,
that
we
they're-
put them back in, and we'll put them back in again, I think.
Can
But
I-
it's a safety thing, go ahead.
Okay, so, yeah, I did have just one question. I just wanted to know if the scope of work included evaluating the speed bumps, because there are speed bumps associated with some of the stop signs.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, and Council. Eric Chinesky of Cordiana Group with offices at 4055 Northwest 97th Avenue in Doral, Florida. This will include an evaluation. There's certain criteria from the manual uniform traffic control devices to put in alwaay stops. So we're going to do counts along there at each, I think there's 5 locations where the stop signs are at. But we're also going to look at speeds along the corridor. So we'll look at safety. We'll look at crash analysis over the last like 3 to 5 years. So we can identify issues for reasons for some of these measures. One of the big things, and I've been involved since I think 2015 with some of these items when I was at prior company, but I am aware of the walkability issues been brought up tonight, and there aren't sidewalks along some of these residential streets west of Harding Avenue. So some of these things I'm going to incorporate into this report and find a way to justify either these traffic control devices, whether it be traffic calming, speed humps, or these stop signs in some of these locations.
Yeah.
So that's the corridor study that's in front of you right
Right,
now.
that was my next
that door in
question
the back,
is
please?
on
Thank you.
page 415, the second to the last bullet point mentions that the scope of services does not include preparation of additional traffic analysis. What do you anticipate that to be?
Well, that would be, I think, some of the stuff you guys have mentioned. This isn't a town-wide study. We're looking at the corridor from Harding, along on 88th Street. We're not looking beyond that as far as.
Do we have a
in-
cost right now for that?
24.5.
24.5, okay, well, listen, guys, we couldn't drop any money on raising houses, but let's see if we can figure out if this is all we need to do in town. Because if we're gonna address the traffic, I want, Carlisle's dying too. We've got traffic going up north and south on Carlisle and Byron. We've got people coming in from 88th. Maybe we need to know how many people are coming in from 88th, how many people are cutting in from 90th and so forth. But I think it needs to be a comprehensive study. And I appreciate what the manager's doing, because what he's trying to do is get in front of a problem. And I appreciate what you're doing there. But I think that we take that push that we're getting from the county and we turn it into lemonade, okay? And we try to cover many more bases. At least that's my opinion.
Well, didn't we approve the closing of Byron and Bay back in January? Where are we at on that study of getting these streets closed?
Let me introduce Eric, who is also doing that study. These are all individual studies for very
So
specific
you're
scope of
already
services.
hired for this?
Yeah, so there's different
Okay.
scopes of services our transportation engineers undertask.
Right, but we still got to count the traffic. We still got to, look at the
Well, yeah, well, I mean,
crashes, and all that might be easier done if we try to.
And where are we on that, Eric?
Yeah, let me give
Because
you an
that
update.
was done in January and we're in September.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen the first strip on any street, so
Yeah,
give us an update.
And I think, as mentioned by the manager, the COVID threw a little bit of a wrinkle in, and then we put together, I think, the methodology in February. I had conversations with them. Actually, we had a conversation with the county, talked about it in February. That methodology submitted in April. Then they asked us to do some intergovernmental coordination. They said, don't even submit us this methodology until you've actually went through your coordination with the fire rescue, the school board, and there was like a laundry list. So we did all that, submitted it to them, and they usually have 30 to 45 days. That gets submitted in June. I did follow up a couple of emails, and those reports have been provided on some prior commission meetings. Spoke with the reviewer today, Doriana Rodriguez, over at Miami-Dade County. She said her review is done, and it's been sent to senior management. That's the update.
So it's in the works.
Darlene Fernandez, I would think.
They had promised you an earlier date?
It's usually 30, 45 days if you look at the
And how long has it been?
It's been longer than that. I think
How long has it
45 days would have been, I think, middle of August.
Oh, okay, so it's not too long, too much longer.
About 4 weeks
All
past.
right.
Yeah, but regardless, I'm expecting that soon. And so there was some understanding initially, I think the county thought that it wouldn't have gotten through intergovernmental coordination, but it did. And so we submitted that in, and I don't think they thought it would have made it that far. We're at that point now, and the county has to make a decision. Okay, we're okay with the methodology, then we lay tubes, then we do this. And I think the idea is, I think if you read through my methodology, which I don't think is part of the agenda package.
I think there's going to be a lot of hoops.
Yeah, my thought was, let's go through and actually close Byron and Bay. Let's do counts beforehand, find out what those counts are and see what the analysis says. Then you actually physically close it, and then you see where cars go. Sort of like closing a water pipe, and where does water then disperse out and goes to these other intersections. So the county, I feel like,
And then measure it.
And then measure it. They don't like to close these things for what I would consider like a week. They would say we want at least 30 days. So there's a little bit of, I think that's part of what, when they do the review and provide comments, that's what we can expect is how long do you actually need to close it to get an understanding of the traffic pattern changes.
So you're talking about closing it as a test to see what happens before you make an actual permanent thing? Okay.
Which is a very prudent thing to do.
So then this one is just for 88th Street, but can we expand it? Like, just do this one and then bring back an expansion for the rest of the town? I'd like to make sure that we secure the rest of our town.
If I think, again, these are two different separate things. These are just to save 4 stop signs. That's what this is. This resolution is to save those 4 stop signs. If we don't do this, at some point, the county will just, like they did with the prior town manager when I first got here, they will say, if you're not in by this date, we will rip them out.
Okay, but now for next month, can you bring something back for the rest of the town?
So I'll let Eric ask what questions, what scope that he's missing, because he's now got 2 studies in
So
there.
we can approve this one for now, but can we bring something else?
Yeah, and I think I have an idea on doing the actual Bay Drive closure, and then, some of the things you guys have mentioned could be added into that one. Right now, we're just doing like an hour here, hours to do the methodology review. So we can add that into a separate scope. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, the residents are very clear that they want these stop signs on 88th Street, so we'll have to spend whatever money we have to spend to defend them. But I do agree that you're the transportation guy. I'd like for you to pretend you lived in town, and we need a solution to the traffic problem, whatever that is. So this is your area of expertise. It would be really great if by the next commission meeting, you had a host of suggestions, whether that requires studies or whatever, but we want actions, that we can take to help solve this or at least help it along.
Are you talking about 88th Street?
Anywhere in town, anywhere in town. Like literally for the whole town.
The whole town.
The number one complaint that we get from residents is people are speeding, cutting through our town, blowing through stop signs, all this stuff. And, I think that
Okay, so what we need then is a holistic sort of approach to this problem. Now,
Right.
we got 4 stop signs that are in place and working right now, and we're gonna spend $8,000 a stop sign.
We are, because somebody's kid or cat's gonna get killed.
No,
and
but nobody's gonna get killed while the stop signs are there.
They are gonna we're not going to war with the county over.
Well, that's what we're trying to prove here, this nobody
Right,
said
that's why we're
we're-
doing it. He doesn't want to do the study.
No, I'm saying I want to do a comprehensive study for, I want to, if we're going to spend $24,000, $30,000, I want to know why they're speeding through town and what we can do about it.
Yeah, but we can do that separate from
Correct.
this one.
We
This
wanna
one needs
start-
to
Of
be
course we
approved
can.
today.
Of course we can do it
And then for
separately.
next month, you can bring us the other, and I'd also like to explore, a lot of residents have been saying that they want to close our town. I think we should try to explore that option as well of
But why
gating
wouldn't
our,
that be
our
done right
town.
now while it's in front of us? Why wouldn't
So-
that we do that and decide to?
We want to spend the money
explore
right,
it?
I'd like
Okay,
to
well,
weigh
you
in
want
on
to spend the
this.
money.
We
Okay,
all want to spend the
okay,
money.
hold on
3
a
of us
second.
want to spend the money
Hold
right
on,
now.
No, you want to spend the money. I want to do something that's more comprehensive. Now, I don't know what
I'd
Nellie
like
wants
to
to do. I
weigh in
don't
on
know.
the, well, I'd like to weigh in on the
Go ahead.
discussion. Okay, so first of all, I would like to answer about the gating. This has been looked at before, and it requires, it's complicated. It requires forming an HOA. It's a whole process. I have the paperwork from before, but I wanted to ask the town manager, because I believe you have Walter Keller doing a walkability study. Does that tie into this, and how does it tie into this?
Thank you, if I can. In the budget that we will hopefully completely pass on Thursday, does include $50,000 for a downtown walkability study, which is just specific to the downtown district.
Well, how about the rest of the
So we need to expand it because
what
you have
is-
to-
Well, that walkability, if I may,
What is
remember that.
what is that? What is a walkability?
Remember that
They
walk.
already have sidewalk here.
Remember the walkability, saying a walkability study, but it involves looking at streetscapes, removing, perhaps removing parking spaces, expanding the sidewalk, the type
Oh,
of sidewalk. It's
that's what that
basically,
is.
think of it like a downtown beautification from a
Oh, okay.
transportation. Remember, sidewalks are a transportation method. So
Now,
that is separate from
Are we
this.
going to get some designs out of that?
That
Okay.
is the intention, yes, that is the
Good.
intention.
All right. Well, I like that. That's
So
a
that's
good-
that's
that's good.
a separate thing. So what you're talking about is not only remember now, we'll be using Corradino Group for all this study work. So if this is done and it's 24,000, all the data that is collected through that process, if the commission approves some kind of town-wide transportation master plan, effectively, we would do is task the engineer to come back with a scope, which would be more than that. But any data that was collected through this smaller study for the 88th Street corridor and/or Byron and Bay that'll be doing for that, which is a separate process for a separate outcome, would all could be incorporated into that. So it's not lost data being done by different consultants that are talking to each other.
It's really humorous to me that we have to spend $24,000 to save 4 stop signs, as opposed to me maybe calling the mayor of Dade County and saying, hey, listen,
Back off.
why are you pulling, 24, I will do that. That's what I'm proposing I do. I will do that. As a matter of fact, I got a text from the mayor about 2 hours ago regarding something else that we were doing.
I
Okay,
think
so.
Lily can clarify
so-
who can make decisions, because it's it's not the mayor. The mayor can't be okay with our.
Okay, well, listen, Eliana, you've always got an objection to everything, okay? The mayor doesn't make that decision, but you know what? The mayor can point to the person who can help us get that done, okay? So you can, again, so what I'm saying is, for $24,000, we can buy another piece of equipment for the park, okay? We can buy a bigger one, and I'd rather do that than flush it down the toilet on 4 stop signs that I think we could get done administratively. And in the meantime, Mr. Manager, I'd like to at least put together some kind of plan. I know we're working on the Byron Bay Drive thing. I'd like to come up with some kind of plan to really deal with traffic in our town and understand how we can make it a livable, safe, walkable residential district as opposed to, did you want to talk? I do. Okay, come on up. I saw you raise your hand, but that's kind of what we want to do. So I hope that there's a consensus to let the staff and to let me at least make a phone call and try to save $24,000, because the stop signs, $6,000 a stop sign to remove it seems a little ridiculous.
We can just call the vote, because next door will explode if we don't get this done. Okay?
Can we hear from her?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Hi, Laura Frank, 9273 Byron Avenue. I just got off my couch and ran up here when Byron Avenue came up because I think it should be on the agenda. There were other issues earlier. I know there are people who want to close it. I'm not for it. I have a 4 and a 6-year-old, and I love what has happened tonight in that you guys are talking about, let's look at the whole solution. Let's look at traffic as a whole. Let's look at police. Let's look at, there's so many things you can do. And I know that I'm not the only voice, and I think that by putting it on an agenda, it gives everyone the opportunity to come up and tell you. And this has been a long meeting, but I just want to say, I don't think it's right to do that tonight. If it
We're
wasn't
just
on the
talking
agenda.
about the stops. We're not talking
I
about
just
closing
don't- I
anything.
don't
We're
wanna
talking
go- I
about
don't
the
wanna-
stop signs
Okay, if I
on
wake up
88.
tomorrow and Byron is being closed.
No, sorry. What's on the agenda and what we're addressing right now are the stop signs on 88th
Okay,
Street.
I think you were just asking about, I thought you were like, can we just bundle this all in
He
and let's do
was,
this
he was,
study?
yeah, your mayor was.
we were.
Your mayor was, we
No,
were not.
but wait a second, because back in January, yes, there was a conversation.
Right, no, and I
to
called
close
the head of the district. I
Bay-
found out about the 12 departments.
Yes.
I'm shocked that the schools,
Let me
everybody
ask you-
signed
let
up.
me ask
there
you
was a
what-
lot of support.
I've emailed you, yeah.
Let me ask you, just for fun, what is bad about closing Byron?
Oh, well, it's that traffic then is gonna, like, already when you go out onto Collins Avenue, when you go to the community center, when you do pick up your kids from school, all of those things, Collins is already so congested. We're in a weird time right now where if you do any study in the pandemic, people are working from home. I mean, originally when this started, my kids weren't even going to school, so traffic wasn't realistic when the conversation started. But it just, and now it's turned into the ultimate nightmare to me of gating the community. Our town wasn't built like that. It wasn't prepared like that. It wasn't planned that way. So to me, and then it also is, I just think that the people have to weigh in, and we hear from the same few voices on Nextdoor, and we hear oftentimes from the same few voices, and so my knees are shaking, and I came in.
I think you're doing pretty well.
Because,
I'm very happy that you did,
I talked to other
because-
people that do share my opinion, and I see the good in what other people want. I understand, but I just think I would be the head of a committee or something that let's solve the traffic problem together. And it's not all Bay. And I always say, I have small kids. We don't have a fence. I'm not a terrible mom, but I'm not, I want people still to be able to go through. There's so much traffic that goes to the grocery stores, to CVS, to all of those things. And if you close that, it is going to be someone else's problem. It's going to be, you're going to want to leave your high rise. You live on Collins, and it's going to take you forever to turn out. So, I don't know. I think it's worth more discussion.
Oh, of course. I thank you, first of all, for coming out. Here's my card, because I need to appoint people to committees. I have 2 open spots, so I like your passion. How do you feel about P&Z? Okay, but I do think that a decision like that would probably need to be something that we would put to the voters about something huge like closing the
absolutely.
community. And I don't think that anyone here is going to take a step like that without the residents voting on something
Agreed.
like
That's true.
So you don't have to worry about that. I know
Thank
that
you.
sometimes
I will sleep better tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't want to get you in a panic, but I'm glad it got you to a meeting. So thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so,
Mayor, I
Yes.
need a motion to extend.
okay,
I have 10 more minutes.
I make a motion, we should do it till 11:45?
go ahead.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, any objection?
Do I have a
Okay,
second?
That's fine. Yeah, I'll second it. It's fine.
okay. All right, we're not having discussion now. We were getting a report. Thank you. Come on, Jason.
We just
Finish-
let somebody
finish
from the
your-
public
Yeah, I know,
talk.
Don't
I
worry,
know.
we're getting it's
You've been here all night. She came out specially.
Yeah.
Jason, come up.
Selective public
Go
comment.
do your
I'm not
homework.
sure that's legal, but
Okay,
all right.
good. Sit down, please. Thank you.
I like your opinion. You can talk.
Thank you. So the resolution is to discuss this item, but if the direction is to vote down the resolution,
Well, I
and
don't know.
then,
Let's
and
see
then
what
ask them,
happens.
and then come back next month with a townwide master
No, we're
transportation
not
plan?
voting anything down here.
Okay.
Wait,
This
there's a
is
motion?
getting, no, there's a motion and there's a second.
We are
This is
voting
getting
to
approved
Well,
tonight.
Yeah, call the
Yes.
question.
Call the
Yes,
question. This is
thank
to
you.
approve the study necessary to keep the stop signs in place legally on 88th Street so that cats
The
and kids
motion is
don't
to
get
approve the
killed.
resolution in front of
Yes,
us.
Yes.
correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Salazar,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul.
Yes, this has been to us twice with the signs being put up, removed, put up again, wanting to be removed. We need to
Mayor
do this.
Burkett.
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Okay, so now we go to, correct. Okay, zoning text amendment.
So, this is pretty basic. It's a zoning code text amendment to the current code for the alternative to the wedding cake. I'd asked Tony just for the language because he had worked on it for the new code, so it wasn't that difficult to add it here. And essentially, it's I wanted to draw attention to that, I didn't want to eliminate the pyramid wedding cake because someone may want to do that. So you have three options. You would have three options now. You would have the tall, skinny tower, you would have the wedding cake option, and you have the architectural significant option. And I wanted to make sure that was highlighted because, ideally that's what I look for. It may not be what the project wants, but, I wanted to be sure that the three were put together.
So, sorry.
So the purpose is to add this into the current code. What we were voting on is to move forward with an ordinance to add it to the current code. It would come back to us next month as an ordinance, and then if passed, it would go to P&Z and then back to us. And because the zoning in progress and the new code we're still in review. We have another workshop to schedule. So, I'm not sure how long that's going to take, and this would move this forward. It's in the new code already, so this is just moving it a little faster while we're in between, while we're in fluctuation.
I'm in favor of this.
I have a question. I was not prepared at all to do item CC at the end of the agenda, so I haven't even looked at this. So I can't, it's not that I don't trust anybody, but like I said before, I don't trust anybody. So
All it is, we've discussed this several times.
I know, but
and
I
what
think
it
I
is
was
is
probably the
different
only person that
designs.
liked the wedding cake and thought that's the way to guarantee that you get light and air between the buildings. I think giving someone the option to do a skinny, tall thing will just wind up with skinny, tall things.
Well, if you look at page 560, what is that?
568?
Okay, you have different options. This is what.
What is the red?
George had brought.
What is the red?
The red is the wedding cake.
No, what is the part that's red means what?
That's, George, can you
which
come
page?
up?
I think
On
the
page
red-
568, there's some blue with red around it and a green with red around it.
Well, those are the pieces that are,
I
yeah,
can tell you.
George, come up.
I can tell you.
Next
The red is
spring.
what's eliminated, I believe, I mean, the idea is that it's going to come back to us next month to discuss when it's in ordinance form. This is just to, if we want to move forward with an ordinance while we're in between the zoning.
What's
But
the
what is
red,
this? If we were gonna move forward with an ordinance in between the zoning, I think there are bigger issues like changing
Well,
the gross
let's do
acre
this.
to acre.
Let's do this. We have a
and
time. we
Moving
have a-
the ERC line.
Okay, we have a time constraint, and I'm going to support this. But I'll tell you what this is. This is Tina picking one item out of the zoning code that I proposed. This is something I proposed, okay? And I brought as my item, and she's fast-tracking it, which is good. Listen, I'm happy it's fast-tracking. She's slow-walking the entire zoning code, but she's fast-tracking this.
Okay, can you not say
Just hold
things
on a
like
second.
that?
Hold on a second. It's my time.
I know, but that's
Yeah, no, but do me a favor.
disrespectful. She's slow walking?
You are the queen, okay,
Of what?
of insults. So just lay off for a second.
I got a
So-
few for you tonight.
But the point is that this is something that I support and I like the idea that we're going to get something done, okay? But it's one item of like 42 items that we've worked on for a year and a half, that we've come to a consensus on. As a matter of fact, this item, I don't know whether you remember or not, Eliana, but you may have voted for it, you may not have. But it's in the draft, and it's in part of the zoning that we're getting ready to all approve. So, what we've got is we've got some slow walkers coming along at the last minute and basically saying, you know what? We've worked on this for a year and a half. I've contributed. The commission has voted on all of these items as a group and said, we want these items in the draft. But now, for some reason, we're going to go ahead and start picking things out. This happens to be my thing, so I support it. But I would like to see relief for all of the homeowners in Surfside who want to see the buildings not getting bigger, who want to see the homes getting better, who want to see the lots not being split up, who want to see all those things, who don't want to see the roof decks, who want to see the houses set back properly, who don't want to see the houses built on 90% of the lot. All those things are important, okay? But that's really not the issue tonight. Tonight is, this item is fine. I'll support it. But let's remember, we've got a lot of other stuff to do, and the slow walking doesn't help anybody. So I think we've got three.
I want to talk about it.
No, listen,
I
you
respond?
can in a second. We're going to vote on it. I mean, you've already voted on it. It was in the draft. We're not gonna spend the whole
Yeah,
night, so you can slow walk it
I'm not-
yourself.
Can you stop with this slow walk?
No, I'm just saying, you don't have to slow it down. We know it's gonna pass because I hear that there are 3 people that want it. Even though you say that you don't know about it, it wouldn't be in the draft if you hadn't approved it.
Okay, let me explain this to you. I, first of all, said that I like the wedding cake.
Good.
And that I like protecting
Good.
the light and air, and I think that if you give people
All
the
right,
option
well,
of doing
then
something
let's
else.
get it done. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And you know how you know this is a bad thing? Because you have Nees and Kasdan sitting in the audience waiting for it to pass. So that's how you know that
All
this
right,
is a
listen.
pro-developer thing.
All right,
Thank you.
If
Go
I
ahead.
could just say, okay, so, if I could just say.
Let Tina talk.
But-
Go
but wait a
ahead.
minute,
how is this a
Nellie,
pro-developer
Nellie,
thing? Okay.
we're going one at a
Okay,
time.
I just want to say that, you know, I had mentioned in my, my memo that George Kouslas presented it, but when I read the minutes of all the zoning workshops, the mayor did present it with George. It's not that I'm picking and choosing things. I was asked to put this on the agenda. That's why it's here. I was asked to put this on by 2 different parties, and that's why it's here. One of them is the Champlain Tower survivors. So I'm not picking and choosing. If I was picking and choosing, I would put other things on the
Well, I wish you
code.
would. I wish you would. We'd
Well,
get
why
it
don't
done.
you? Anyone can put them on
No,
the
I
code.
have. You gotta come to the meetings, though.
Can I just say, can I just
Okay,
say
you know,
one
she's
thing?
been at
Wow,
every
you're really
meeting.
a piece of work.
She's been at every meeting. Okay, because I
she's
see your name
declined
on
a
the
lot of
agenda
meetings.
next to a lot of baloney.
No, she's gotta be,
You
gotta
have an
come to the
agenda,
meetings.
you have an agenda,
Thank
the
you,
entire
Nancy.
alphabet of baloney.
Hello, you've been
No, no.
here every single time.
No, but the bottom line is I think there are 3 that support it. I think we have to go home. Why don't you call the question, Madam Clerk?
Yes, let's do it.
Well,
Call the question.
Who made the motion and who made the
I
second?
think Tina made the motion, right?
I think I made the motion and Tina, you approved it. Either or, it really
Well, listen.
doesn't matter.
It's Tina's item. Let's
No,
see.
no, it's not my item. I was asked to put it on the agenda. When you're asked to put something on the agenda, either you do or you
Can we
don't.
just get
I'd
it
say that's your
approved
item.
instead of throwing darts
Look,
at each
it's
other?
fine, it's fine.
Okay, call the question. It's getting late.
Please, Sandra, call the
Yes,
question.
Commissioner Salazar?
Gotta have my warm
I'm
milk.
not voting on this because I'm not prepared to vote on this, and I don't
said
vote
that
on things
already.
without
So then
doing
just
it.
say no, Tina.
Just say no.
I'm not gonna say no. I'm not voting, so I'm gonna abstain. There you go.
Well, hang
can
on a second,
abstain.
Lily. Tell her about abstaining.
I have a conflict. I do, I have a conflict. My
Yes,
conflict, I
we
don't like the
know
way you're
you have a
handling this. That's my
Okay.
conflict.
Is that a legitimate conflict? Madam Attorney?
Doesn't really matter, we already have.
Hold on a second.
Salazar, you need to, unless you have a conflict, then you need to state your conflict on the record.
If I could just say.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Don't
I
interrupt.
just,
Don't interrupt, please.
I just want to say
Don't
to.
interrupt,
I just
please.
want to say to
Well, hang
Commissioner
on a second.
Salazar, you have a chance to vote on this 2 more times. This is to vote to put forward an ordinance. It comes back to us as an ordinance, and then you will have time to prepare and decide if you support it or not.
That's right.
So I just want you to know that.
So that's fine. If I'm just voting to discuss it at the next meeting, to prepare an ordinance, that's fine. But I would really like it when we do agendas that we go in order, because the last thing on the agenda.
Do you vote to bring stuff up all the time?
Yeah, well, I like
why
to
are
see-
you know, it's funny. It's funny when
and
your
nothing
stuff.
gets moved up.
When you want to bring your stuff up. Okay, go ahead, call the question.
Commissioner Salazar?
Something that we want to.
That's, I'm going to defer to the judgment of the vice mayor and move this forward, yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Paul?
Yes.
Mayor Burkett?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so now we're up to BB.
So we just did something to give someone more money, so. Is that what that did?
Do we want to continue?
I want to know
I'd
how
like
much,
to-
Mayor,
how
we-
much is this
Mayor?
costing the victims for him to be here
I'd
all
like
night?
to
That's what I
adjourn
want to know.
because it's late.
It's 5 minutes to 11:45.
Yeah, I mean,
What about the
Hey,
memorial?
unless you wanted to appoint committee people.
But what is that item?
Oh, BB, it's
How
about
much,
the memorial.
Mr. Kasdan,
Well,
how
what
much
is
is
it
this
about?
billing going to cost the
Do you wanna do
residents,
it?
the victims
permanent
for
wall,
sitting
you
here
mean?
all night?
No, it's, I mean.
Guys.
You didn't read it? I wrote a whole page.
Okay, I guess we're not up on it, so let's get a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Call the roll.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Salazar?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Paul?
Yes, can we leave this at the top of the nines?
Yes, it's gonna stay there for next,
The next memorial.
next,
Mayor
commission
Burkett?
meeting. BB, the memorial.
Mayor Burkett?
Yeah, that's gonna
Mayor, the
stay.
motion carries.
Sandra, that's going to stay for the next, on the top? Okay.
Best way to stay in the know about community events and emergency alerts is by signing up for Alert Surfside. Registration is easy. Simply text Surfside to 888-777 and stay in the know about road closures, weather alerts, and more.